now we have next presenter, David Familian. He is the director of the Bill Art Center at UC Irvine. He is an artist and educator. They run a very interesting residency program for art and science. David is also received the grant from the Pacific Standard Time Gates Foundation to produce their own take on arts and science collaboration. And obviously, David will be talking about the Sensorium project as well as other things. Thank you so much, David.
Thank you. I want to thank Tatiana for inviting me to speak today. I'd also like to recognize how my conversations with Newton have constituted to my deeper understanding of how to apply systems thinking to complex systems all around us. Also, as I already mentioned in a response, I really connected with how Newton characterized his way of engaging systems thinking, which is he talks to nature. While today's event is focusing on ecology, this talk will focus on systems thinking and how we must fundamentally change the way we approach certain kinds of problems. We need to employ systems thinking to analyze complex systems, which is more than a Kuhnian paradigm shift. In many ways, we all need to change our consciousness to adapt to this new way of seeing the world. Our minds are not wired to see complex systems. German cognitive psychologist Dietrich Dorner explored how complexity challenges our everyday thinking, which functions along linear lines as human cognition has the tendency to think in simple cause-effect patterns. He found out the most frequent reaction is to either ignore complexity or mentally reduce it in order to cope with it. Frederick Vester summarizes 3 root causes of the most common mistakes that we commit in dealing with complex systems. The reductionist and piecemeal way we employ when dealing with them, which makes us ignore their interconnections and dynamics. The tendency to ignore feedback and focus on inappropriately chosen systems parameters and inappropriately short planning horizons that leave us unaware of time-delayed feedback. Our institutions, both government and academic, try to solve specific problems without applying systems thinking, and we have all seen the results of the unintended consequences of these choices. Let's see. Okay, never mind. Systems thinking crosses many fields: science, business, psychology, and governmental policy. The challenge is how to use our understandings of system thinking to impart on our audiences so they can understand how, in order to solve the problems of our day, our very survival is at stake. Barry Richmond is credited with the term systems thinking in 1987. He wrote in 1999, "An interdependency increases. We must learn to learn in a new way. It's not good enough simply to get smarter and smarter about our particular piece of the rock. We must have a common language and a framework for sharing our knowledge, experience, and expertise with local experts from other parts of the web. We need a systems Esperanto. Only then will we be equipped to act responsibly. In short, interdependency demands systems thinking. Without it, evolutionary trajectory that we've been following since we emerged from the primordial soup will become increasingly less viable." Why does it keep jumping? There are many challenges to incorporating systems thinking. The main problem is cause and effect. As we will see, complex systems are nonlinear, but we have been trained to solve a problem as a kind of narrative. The distance between cause and effect is very small, so we experience it very directly. We aim and send a cue ball moving and watch the immediacy of the other balls interacting with it. But in systems thinking, we have to accommodate a larger gap of space and time. Complex systems are learning, and network iterations have to be followed. You can't just follow one interaction. The change in consciousness in systems thinking is necessary to expand the original goals of modern science to predict with certainty. So let's start with a little history of the dream of ultimate predictability. Oh, it moved. Okay. It just moved. Newtonian mechanics produced a picture of a clockwork universe, one that wound up with the three laws that runs in mechanical course. The mathematician Pierre Simon Laplace said the implication of this clockwork view for a prediction that is often referred to Laplace's demon. In 1814, he asserted in his book, a philosophical essay on probabilities, we may regard the present state of the universe as the effect of past and the cause of its future. An intellect which at any given point knew all the forces that animate nature and the mutual positions of the beings that compose it, if this intellect were vast enough to submit the data to analysis, could condense into a single formula the moment of greatest bodies of the universe and that of the lightest atom. For such an intellect, nothing could be uncertain, and the future, just like the past, would be present before our eyes. When Newton and Leibniz formalized calculus, this became a major measuring of the rate of change over time, and it can be applied not just to Newtonian mechanics, but also plant growth, populations, infections, and global warming. This was the first tool to measure dynamic systems. I have to relate a little story that happened when I was visiting Helen and Newton. We were talking, and I asked Helen, who does all the calculus and the rates of change of all the areas that you're doing research? And her answer was, Newton does it all in his head. So I thought that sort of says it all, too, about how Newton's mind can follow those kind of long changes. Beginning in the 19th and 20th century, we began to see a shift from the clockwork universe. In Henry Bergson's book, Time and Free Will, an essay of the immediate data of consciousness, pointed at the paradox of Laplace's demon of ultimate predictability and free will. If Laplace is right, then we lose the attribute of Western civilization's concept of free will. He would go on to make a philosophical argument that ultimately argued that predictability was not possible. In 1903, we see another challenge to the clockwork analogy, hypothesized by Henri Poincaré, a French mathematician, started to speculate on reasons why perfect prediction may not be possible. He was a pioneer of modern dynamic systems theory and the notion of chaos. Poincaré hypothesized that there were some systems, not all, which if got a decimal place wrong for initial position or velocity, your calculation would eventually end up being off, way off. That could be a 10th decimal point, the 100th, the 1000th, or however far out you want to go. Okay. So let's define what a complex system is. First, in trying to define complex systems, it's not easy. Cliff Hooker stated, there is currently no unified theory available, nor do we know how to systematically interrelate all the characteristic properties involved. Grimly, this disunity opens the way to an opposite affliction of misplaced simplicity. Too often when discussing complex systems, only a select few characteristics are considered, most commonly just chaos, and the rest are ignored. The Santa Fe Institute has an educational website called the Complexity Explorer, which has many courses related to complexity. This is a course by Melanie Mitchell that called Introduction to Complex Systems. Mitchell asked several scientists what their definition of complex system was. Here is a sampling of their answers. David Crocker, in the systems that physicists study, you can often write down on one page a few very beautiful, elegant equations like Newton's laws for the conservation of momentum or the Maxwell field equations for electromagnetism and so forth. And you can explain a huge amount of empirical data. When it comes to the genome or the brain or properties of society or literary history, as far as we know, there is no such beautiful, elegant, compact descriptions, and that for me is evidence that we're dealing with a complex system. The reason why I think it's difficult to do this is because systems encode long histories. Mark Newman, it's a system of interacting parts which shows emergent behavior. Stephanie Forrest, complex systems have many interacting active components, and interactions between the components have non-trivial or non-linear interactions that leads to the system having unpredictable behavior. More importantly, all the components are either learning or modifying their behavior in some way while the system is behaving. Jim Crutchfield. Information in many ways stands in for trying to describe how complex systems are, and various kinds of information processing and storage can be associated with how a system is organized. Shannon's original notion of information is degree of surprise, a degree of unpredictability in a system, or how a random system needs to be augmented. I'm trying to delineate there are the many different kinds of information, not just Shannon information. Louis Burdencourt, often the thing that makes them the hardest to study in terms of making predictions is that they typically have change of causation mechanisms that make things that are circular so that there are feedbacks, both positive and negative, that make their evolution more difficult to study. So some of the properties of complex systems: simple components or agents, nonlinear interactions among components, no central control, and then emergent behaviors are affected by both internal and external input, which are hierarchical organization, information processing, dynamics, and evolution and learning. Now we come to chaos, which has the greatest effect on the uncertainty of complex systems. But what is key here is within complex systems, chaos is not equivalent to disorder. Briggs and Pete, in their paper, 7 Life Lessons of Chaos from 1999, chaos theory teaches us that we are always a part of the problem, and that particular tension and dislocation always unfold from the entire system rather than from a defective part. Envisioning an issue as a purely mechanical problem to be solved may have temporary relief of symptoms, but chaos suggests that in the long run, it would be more effective to look at the overall context in which a particular problem manifests itself. Many aspects of complex systems were and still are discovered by creating computer models. Oops, where'd it go? Oh, wait. All right. Many aspects of complex systems were and still are discovered by creating computer models, a system that was best exemplified by the discovery of determinist chaos by Edward Lorenz in 1963. As James Kleck commented on in his book Chaos, he illustrated the concept of chaos by showing that some systems, governed by a simple set of rules, are capable of producing outputs that seem random, yet are ordered. This paper was foundational in the development of chaos theory, which states that order is hidden with an apparent disorder, making simple deterministic systems seem random. Here is an output of
change over time. Let's try graphing them in 3 dimensions on a modern computer. The location.
Now we're getting a double. Yeah, we just got chaos because it was coming out of both speakers. Let's try
change over time. Let's try graphing them in 3 dimensions.
It's what? No. This wasn't the same voice double. Yeah.
Change over time. Let's try graphing them in 3 dimensions on a modern computer. The location of the first point.
It's coming out twice. Okay. Yeah, we did just test it.
Change over time. Let's try graphing.
Okay, just turn the sound off. Huh? Okay. All right. Well, now, I mean, a lot of you have seen this before. So basically, it keeps moving but never overlaps. And if it were to overlap, it would be a loop. Okay, well, let's see. No sound. Okay. It's
Forward
okay.
in time by calculating the position of the next point based on the position of the previous one. It seems to change direction at random, and it never arrives at the same point twice. If it did, that would be the beginning of a repeating pattern. This type of system is now known as a strange attractor, and this particular one is known as the Lorentz attractor.
So in essence, what this showed, and what I'll give it some other examples, the long-term trajectory of the system is highly sensitive to the starting point. So no matter what that starting point is, even if it's a little bit different, it will be a totally different pattern. Chaos theory refers to this amplification through iteration as the butterfly effect, often used to illustrate how localized changes within complex systems can ultimately cascade up to the result of global change. Okay, I already said that. All right. First, we'll take a simple form. I don't know why they use rabbits, but this is what they seem to use. But first, we'll take a look at a formula to trace the population of rabbits. So this program you're looking at is called NetLogo. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it allows you to model complex systems and other things in physics. And it's got you can do programming in it, and it has a visual, as you can see, visual interface. So this is basically an exponential equation. It creates an exponential growth rate. So they just keep multiplying, and don't stop. And you can see this is the growth, it's exponential, and it goes on forever. So of course that isn't how nature works. So another equation adapting that, called the logistic map, is basically R is the growth rate, and then what happens is this creates an answer in each generation, and then that answer is put back into these x's, and so it iterates through, and this is what happens. So in this case, you see it's got that minus that accounts for not enough food or overcrowding or other things that happen in nature. And what happens eventually, it stops at a certain population rate. So at a specific growth rate, and this has a few more parameters than the previous equation, but it's the same thing. And it will stay at that rate in this model. Wait, that was not right. Yes, okay. So this is to show you, so when it's a certain amount, they all die, but then at a certain point, this is when they stay at a certain population rate. So as the rate of growth goes up, the population goes up, and then it just, so at each iteration, this is each iteration, it stays at that rate. And then, so after 1, they reach an equilibrium, and then after 3, this is what happens. You get, and this is what's called the bifurcation diagram, which I'll show you in a second. It starts to oscillate between 2 points, and then 4 points, and then 8 points, and 16 points. It keeps, as it goes through this, and I'll show you that in a second, it oscillates till it reaches chaos, which is at 3.7. So as you can see, this is all the chaotic behavior happening. So this is a map of when it gets equilibrium. Let's look at when it gets equilibrium and then doubles again and keeps doubling until it reaches chaos. Another interesting thing about it is if at certain points, it gets ordered again. So if you go to like a 3.8, it becomes ordered again and it is not chaotic. So it goes through all these different stages over time. And there's actually some math that predicts these slices are actually follow a formula, which I want. Okay. So now we've done all this to get to this point, what makes chaos unpredictable. So as you've seen, the logistic equation leads to chaos, but the same number R will always be the same output, so that's why it's deterministic. So in this case, but as Poincaré theorized, if you change a starting number, even a fraction, the result will be drastically different. So chaos is defined, as I said earlier, as sensitivity to initial conditions. In this example, one of these circles is at 0.2000, and the other one is at 0.2001, and they start out together, and then they diverge. And so here they're together, and then they diverge, and they just start diverging more. So, and it doesn't, and it doesn't matter, like Poincaré said, you could go out to 200,001 and it would still diverge. And then looking at the Lorentz attractor, there's 3 points now that are together, and then they diverge. And they don't just diverge, they diverge exponentially, because you can see that it gets faster and faster. But they never cross. So you could have millions of these and they'll never cross. And this is also fractal. So if you blow it up, you see similar patterns.
Can you remind me what they represent again? Are they the different outcomes, the outcomes of all three dots represent different possibilities?
They represent a different starting point of the actual growth rate.
Of the bunnies?
Yeah, if you go back to the bunny, but this would be those three equations that Lorentz did, that because this is a different equation than logistic is more one-dimensional. This is actually three-dimensional if you move it around. And then as I showed you, finally, I showed you the bifurcating diagram that shows that there are different states happening, just as we discussed. So system thinking needs to shift a number of ways of looking at a problem. Cause and effect is separated by space and time. You have to identify the network of actors, interacting active components, non-trivial or non-linear interactions, various kinds of information processing and storage, and chains of causation mechanisms, feedback, and both positive and negative. So all these things I said earlier in describing the definition of complex systems, so this is how do we now have to focus on how those are actually operating when we're trying to look at a system. The next two slides comments are from a paper by Ross Arnold and John Wade titled Definition of Systems Thinking, a Systems Approach. The elements presented in the system diagram are slides from the literature definitions leveraged primarily by Sweeney and Sturman, Hopper and Stave and Pled. So these are all the people that were instrumental in defining complex systems. And then here are all the behaviors, and you can see how different ones of them emphasize different parts. So again, we get back to how I started, that we all agree on certain things, but people tend to emphasize different parts. So like Crutchfield talked about information. He looked at it as information, and other scientists will look at it a different way. So it's still in sort of that, I would say, intuitive phase of creation where people are still finding the language and what to emphasize. But we know what some of the characteristics are. So to go through these, recognizing interconnections. This is the base level of systems thinking. The skill involves the ability to identify key connections between parts and system. Even highly educated adults without system thinking training tend to lack this ability. some of the interactions combined form cause and effect feedback loops. System thinking requires identifying those feedback loops and understanding how they impact system behavior. Understanding system structure. System structure consists of elements and interconnections between these elements. Differentiating types of stocks, flows, and variables. Stocks refer to any pool or resource in a system. This could be physical, like the amount of paint in a bucket, or emotional, like the level of trust from one friend to another. Flows are changes in these levels. Variables are the changeable parts of the system that affect stocks and flows, such as flow rate or maximum quality of stock. Identifying and understanding nonlinear relationships. The element refers to stocks and flows of a nonlinear nature. Understanding dynamic behavior. Again, interconnections is everywhere, combined into feedback loops in various ways. Understanding systems at different scales, which Newton had mentioned and had come up before. The best description I found was by Barry Richmond. Systems thinking vantage point. Most people embracing systems thinking position themselves such that they can see both the forest and the trees, one eye on each, bifocal. The positioning has both structural and behavioral implications. Structurally, systems thinkers see both the generic and the specific, not just the latter. And behaviorally, they see both the pattern and the event, not just the latter. I've tried to lay out what is necessary in order to take a systems approach. We have to begin to teach our future leaders how to think this way. And as I started at the beginning, this will take a change of not just perspective, but a fundamental change of methodology, which affects all inquiry. Because not only does each complex system have its own set of interactions, different complex systems interact together, such as the food web interacts with climate change. Economics affects society. So our decisions that we make are never isolated, but can affect multiple systems. And like I said in my response to sensorium, I think that's what's remarkable about it is not only does it show us how Newton had in his idea of talking to nature, we actually can experience as the viewer also. And then this is a mind map of their way of what is necessary to do systems thinking. Karl Popper, the great philosopher of science, once divided the world into two categories, clouds and clocks. Clocks are neat, orderly systems that can be solved through deduction. Clouds are epistic messes, highly irregular, disorderly, and more or less unpredictable. The mistake of modern science is to pretend that everything is a clock, which is why we got seduced again and again by false promises of brain scanners and gene sequencers. We want to believe we can understand nature if we can find the exact right tool to cut its joints. But that approach is doomed to failure. We live in a universe not of clocks, but of clouds. In many ways, Helen and Newton Harrison's work inspires all of us to look deeply into the problems we face today. Many of us participating in the Getty PST Art and Science owe a debt to the Harrison's work, and for myself, working with Newton directly has been a great honor. I am currently working on the Beale Center for Art and Technologies PST, which is called Future Tense, Art, Complexity, and Predictability. And my main curatorial premise that I'm telling artists as I talk to them is I want works that make people viscerally feel complexity in some way, and which sensorium is a perfect example of. And I don't want it to be didactic. I want it to engage them in a way so they can see how some of the things I've talked about in interactions happen in complex systems. Thank you.
And it was illuminating how the science of complex systems hasn't really taken Earth's thinking and humanity's thinking into account. But one of the things I just wanted to just inject is in some art making, we have an over-reliance on certain structures versus others, like symmetry. And in nature, even butterflies are not symmetrical if you actually go look in detail. And so we privilege certain kind of structures over other kind of structures. And I just wondered if, the narrative says the reason we like symmetry is because we're bilaterally symmetric animals. And so we think symmetry is a desirable thing. Well, no, nature doesn't care about, no tree is symmetrical. And so how does the human way of thinking distort what's really going on?
I think I have something that is part of, that I didn't mention, that's part of our exhibition, and we do have a residency part of where artists can work with our researchers, but basically whether an artist that I'm looking at is part of the residency program or not, I invite them to look at the Irvine website and see if there's any faculty they like to work with. And this is part of a project that I call Black Box Projects that I started in 2013 with Paul Vanus was the first artist to do that. And so I think that could help with both the prejudices of the artist and the concept of symmetry and the scientists, because in interacting and collaborating, that's probably where good collaboration can happen, where those two prejudices can be overcome or can be deepened. Because my idea of collaboration is the artist is not there to just get technical information from the scientist, and the scientist isn't just trying to get pretty pictures from the artist. And most of the artists that I work with and have them work with faculty already know the field. I just haven't really had someone who knew nothing and wanted to embellish. Most of the artists have already well-versed in the language of the science.
Really, the golden mean is also a human fabrication.
How many scientists have residencies with artists at the Field Center of the Arts?
I mean for this project or?
No, I'm not sure. For your center, that's the question.
Well, it's varied. We've had probably 10 artists that have done it, that had residencies. The one that had the most collaborators actually was in humanities. It was a work by Lauren Woods called American Monument, and it was about African Americans who were killed by policemen. And we worked with the law school, African American studies, art history, criminology. So it was the widest level of collaboration. Usually it's just one or two researchers that an artist works with. Tim, did you have your hand up?
I have a question. Can you just talk us through the process of the artist residency, which would include time, space, funding, the duration of the interaction, those kinds of things?
Oh, okay. Well, it's not, no one spends 6 months at Irvine and does the work. It's more, they come and do initial visits and have some discussions, then the artists will go back and work on their project. They probably would come, for the Getty one, we'll be able to have them come back a couple times to do the work, so to work with our researchers or as necessary. So it's not, we have like we give like an artist fee that's separate from the exhibition fee. So the artist will get a fee for the residency part, and then they'll get a fee for the exhibition. But we do not do residencies that I don't believe will be shown. So I've never done a residency where the work wasn't shown. So there's a commitment from me and the artists that whatever they develop, and so far everyone has developed something, so we haven't had a problem, and it's worked really well. I mean, it's just, in one instance, I did a show on bio called Wetware with Jens Hauser, and the artist came for a week and met with some people, and then they came back 2 weeks from the exhibition, before the exhibition, and they all fabricated whatever was going to be in the exhibition, and it worked really well. So it's not I'm glad you asked that question because it's not, when people hear residency, they think they're going to be there for a month or something. And it's more to facilitate the conversation that where you don't necessarily have to be together to do it, but that you can, iterate it through conversations, at distance.
He has some questions here. Okay.
Did that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, can I?
Okay, so complex systems actually do have structures. What different kinds of structures do you get in these complex systems?
Well, just the fact that you said that is the problem. Is our brain has a different set of structures than than the weather. So to answer that question, I'm not qualified to answer that question, and I don't know.
We're working on a project on concept clusters. So concepts almost never emerge by themselves, but in clusters.
Right. Well,
and then you have the clusters connected in a complex system.
No, I know, but everything's influenced. That's the issue. Is that everything's influencing. I mean, I remember talking to an artist who was doing they said they were doing genetic algorithms for their artwork. And I asked two questions. What is the fitness test? And they looked at me blindly, like, what do you mean? And then the other thing I said, what outside input is affecting the mutation? And one artist was very honest. He said, well, some of it is built into it, and some of it I just decide. That they would, what was fit and what wasn't. So, I just think it's, like I said at the beginning, our minds are not wired really to do this. We're all well versed in it. A lot of us in this room are well versed in this, but it takes a time and energy to understand it, even to understand it at a level where you can see how it operates in all these different arenas, let alone how they all interact. We're all experiencing, in the whole Facebook controversy, that is an incredible complex system of generating memes and all that stuff that is doing both good and harm. In real time, we're watching it. We watched it with how we reacted to the pandemic. I mean, we've been experiencing complex interactions in the last 2 years, like in a visible way, in a very fast way, not in the slow way of the weather, but in so fast that.
Passing a law will not change anything.
Huh? What's that?
Passing a law.
No, it won't. No, it won't, because they're trying to fix the system by fixing one thing, and it doesn't work exactly.
So last comment from David. Yeah, did you raise a hand?
Thank you. Help me out here. My question is around determinism. And I recently wrote with some folks who are extremely well versed in systems thinking. And the literature that we were looking at the time around the way that different governments were dealing with COVID-19, people were writing to say, the systems are broken, the systems are broken. We're not able to respond to this situation. The systems are broken. And it was, I just stood back from it for a while and said, well, actually, the systems are working. Because actually the systems that are in place are the wrong systems, but they're working really well. So the poor were disadvantaged, the rich were advantaged, and so on and so forth. People and governments and corporations made billions out of the death of many thousands. So the systems were in place and they worked very well. I mean, between Britain and Bolsonaro in Brazil, you can see that the systems that are in place work well, but they're the wrong systems. So what I was calling for was, if you like, a critical systems view in which there has to be built into any viable system a means of checking the system itself. So a lot of people get a hold of systems thinking and think, oh yeah, I can now sort of, tell my local government how to do everything because I know how to set up a nice little diagram and stuff like that. But actually, the critiquing of the system is actually, in my opinion, at least as important, if not more, than the systems themselves. We've got plenty of systems that operate, but do they do us any good? And I'm sorry, Newton, but that's probably a social, cultural problem.
So we'll need to wrap up this discussion because we need to move forward with presentations. But we're going to have time for discussion after all the talks. If you want to make final comment, David.
I just wanted to say, David, is I think the bigger problem was we were watching science in real time happening and sort of contradictory things happening, not just the system, but that we've like everything I said, everything in the last 2 years has been concentrated in a way that we've never experienced probably in our lifetime, in that we saw what science is like. It's messy. They don't know, wear a mask, not wear a mask, they keep changing. So to me, that's part of my reaction. It's not necessarily the system that was the problem in one sense, but it was we were watching science and that it's a mess. It's not the way we thought it ran. So that's my quick
Thank you.
We are moving on to a presentation with Betsy Damon. She's an internationally acclaimed artist who has been called a practical visionary and a humanist. Her work has been widely reviewed, exhibited, and taught. She known for her performance works, The 7,000 Years Old Woman and The Living Water Garden in China. She has directed many collaborative public performance events, most notably in China. Currently, several locations. Currently, she is collaborating with museums and activists and projects in Florida, Ireland, Poland, Turkey, and China. And she is exhibiting at Stony Brook University in 2022. Betsy's awards include the Bush Foundation, Heinz Foundation, National Endowment for the Arts, UN Habitat, Waterfront Center Top Honor, 5 awards from the ASLA, and others. A solo exhibition of Betsy performance work curated by Monika Fabijanska took place at La Mama Galleria in the East Village in 2021. For the past 4 decades, Betsy's work has focused on a central subject, water, which she reveals as a connective, creative, and collaborative medium behind all life. Her work traverses the complexities of water from a molecular scale to the levels of ecosystems and societies. Betsy's work has been archived by Asia Art Archive and is available on asiaartarchive.org. And Betsy's book, Water Talks, is available as well at her website.
Briefly, I just want to thank everybody, and it's really an honor to be here. I have had incredibly wonderful moments with Newton and Helen over time, and they've been very important in my life, even though we didn't get to see each other that often. When we did, we had a very good time, thinking and eating and enjoying whatever was presented at our table mentally and literally. So I was trying to get a title for this talk, and I really couldn't figure it out. And I think that's because I'm in a transition and a change, and also that it has not been my way to verbalize certain things. I'll describe what I do, but I have not verbalized it in all kinds of what the roots are, what I really think, but also because I couldn't figure it out. I'm dyslexic. I'm not a linear thinker. I think in circles. It's not hard for me to wrap my arms around all kinds of moving parts and complexities at all. In fact, that's what I like. And that's very confusing to people because that's not what people usually do, especially women. We do it in the kitchen with our children. We do it in the dance of the complexity of a life. And we don't have the privilege that men have of being like linear in that way, focused. But I'm actually have in my art world or my art life or my mental life, I love, that's one reason I love thinking with Newton. I really love the dynamics of the unpredictable. This relates, that relates, this relates. So I'm going to try in this lecture for the first time to tell you what some of my very root thinking is. And one of it is that we are all, every single human being is a vastly, possibly born innately, a vastly creative human. Watch children. There is no child that is not excited to explore, to discover. And they do it immediately. And then we trap them and say, no, you can't go there, or we have to put you in a pen here, or we have to get you at there. And so, in a way, I sometimes think, even in relationship to climate, let's get a bunch of kids together. They will solve many things that we have, that's been not available to us because it got knocked out of us. And so, for me, the artist is, everything I do is art. People say, what's your art? That's a wrong question. When I'm feeling blunt. But I really think of the art as the person who's is on a search for truth, and creativity is the very, very foundation of life and how life evolves. Whether you're inventing an airplane, or you're doing a painting, or you're being Newton, or anyone else in this room. What we've done in our society is silo people incredibly. One reason I will not be in academia is that. And in siloing us is part of the materialistic imperative of keeping people producing something that can be marketed. And an idea, and owned. That's my idea, I'm not sharing it. And there's many tales of, say, at people at universities, 3 of them doing soil research and they don't talk to each other. So we're kind of stuck in a jam in that paradigm from where I sit, all right? Maybe not from where you all sit. So I'm gonna try and go through, be a little bit linear about this. And for me, nature is a teacher. Nature is where every single idea that you see here, and then I'll get an idea, and then I'll find the science or the people who can execute that with me. It's not vastly different from what Helen and Newton did. They do it, we operate a little differently. I feel that it's extremely important that everyone be educated or have the opportunity. So I work very much grassroots as much as possible. I can only do so much, and we need a whole lot more. You know, we need millions and billions of people on board. And that's not going to happen in their classrooms because of oppression. So, and in fact, if you go to a countryside where there's a lot of farmers, they actually know the answer to everything, which I also discovered in China. So, and I'm also in love with our Earth, and the exquisite nature of it, the miracles that are happening all the time. Okay, let's go. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to go through these quickly. This is a very large drawing of a water drop. And a water drop contains more information than a large computer. I have not shown it. Somebody just walked in my studio and burst into tears. I rarely show my flat work because I don't take time to make those relationships, but I got to change that. Okay. So, and this is, I coined in 1990, and it's sort of got started on I decided that I didn't want to do any more showing in galleries, that everything I did had to have an impact on nature or work with nature or be positive. So that was sort of a directive. And I'm just going to show you some of the things that either piqued my curiosity. One of them was when I could not find out about water in the United States. This is from the Steiner Lab in the Black Forest. And I'm not going to tell you the difference. People always ask me that. But the living water has microbes in it, and the other one doesn't. They're killed by the chlorine and something else. That's all I'll say right now. This is every single new life form has a crystal rainbow in it. Now, these are things that really sparked my curiosity and sparked my visual language. This is from The Rainbow and the Worm by May Wan Ho. I got to meet her. Her last book is The Meaning of Life in the Universe. And this is from a laboratory in Stuttgart that studied how water kept memory. And this is the memory of a chrysanthemum flower in a bit of water. And that water will always contain that memory. Even if you put another flower over it, it will contain that memory. That fascinated me. I have so many experiences I could tell you, but so I was doing meditation with stones for the survival of the planet as a performance event, and that kind of articulated my sort of art, nature, time, or experiences. And I did these on and off, even at a rock concert. And part of this is after everyone's experienced a healing, is that I ask them to say what they want to make sure survives on the planet, and give the stone to the center of the circle. And then I also ask them for a practical action they will take. People cried. They did it one time at a conference of 400 people. I'm not going to explain how. A little 6-year-old boy was holding my hand. I said, "Do you want to speak?" He said, "No." He said, he spoke when all the adults, and he said, "I just want you to keep doing this until it's right." So I just decided to only teach art and activism, and I'm just showing this. I don't care whether the students are, this was in San Antonio. It started the first river cleanup in San Antonio. That led to an annual San Antonio river cleanup, and now they have done adjustments to that horrible river walk that's such a symbol of river development, which is to kill the river, send it out of the city, and create an artificial river walk. So I understand they have changed that somewhat. But anyway, so students of mine have started all kinds of things, and I'll give you just the one example. When I went to China to do Keepers of the Waters, I'd better tell you a little backstory, but I took my son to China in '89. I went back and was always tapped on the shoulder and had really incredible unforeseen adventures. And because I accept what comes to me, I didn't say, "No, I can't do that 19-hour trip to da-da-da-da-da." So I was at the first conference for the Chinese, by the Chinese, and it had engineers, biologists, and Qigong masters. I talked about what I was doing as an activist, and they were like, "You have to come here." So we brainstormed a living Yangtze River project. WWF, when I shared it with them, took my idea. It was to team up cities on the Mississippi and the Yangtze and have each of them do environmental projects and go to each other's cities and then proceed downstream until both rivers were clean. Great idea, never went anywhere. Anyway, we also brainstorming that led to me looking for money. Nobody would fund China, it's a communist country. But I got an anonymous phone call from somebody who said, "I want to fund you. How much do you need?" She didn't tell me her name, she didn't tell me what for, and I intuitively spilled under $20,000. I said 15, I really needed 30. And I went with $25,000 in a money belt and no permission to do anything in China. This is our first meeting. we went and pretended we were Tang Dynasty cultural activists underneath the tree at the confluence. I don't have time to tell you all this. Since I had no legal way to be there, we met in the parks and different places, and I met people one at a time. After 2 months, we got permission to perform. It was right at the minute where we were just going to leave town and go do something in the countryside. I also took myself to the headwaters of the Yangtze River. I didn't take myself, my son took me. Another big story. To see a glacier at 17,000 feet spilling out its guts is just the most creative moment I've ever, ever, ever been in. And there's no hotel. You're up there for 3 days. So anyway, this is us meeting in the park. And when I got back from that trip, Chinese artists had gathered from all over China. Don't tell me, word of mouth is a miracle in that country. And we met a lot every week. They had to share their ideas. They weren't talking to each other. I did a clown thing. Like I said, you know, when we go in the States, we say, hi, because no one had said hi to anybody. And then I said, and we hug. Well, we had a hugging fest for about 3 hours. And after that, and my son raised his arms and said, well, what about me? And he's a tall, blonde, handsome guy. So we ate, we swam together. I took them on trips together. And they produced and supported each other to perform 25 events and figure out how to use $7,000 equitably. I have never experienced anything close to that in the States. I have tried, and this is one thing. So that was washing silk. The river there used to be a place where the silk merchants could clean their silk, and then it was just full of sewage. And she got this sewage frozen into ice and asked people to wash it clean. All the pieces were fabulous. This one was a bulletin board, and that time the newspapers were still pinned up, and people read all the news on these bulletin boards, and when the head of the EPA signed the board, we knew we had won the battle. So I got to work multidimensionally, but I had to. We couldn't do anything without government permission. Government getting permission meant they researched everything. And then the other thing about Chinese culture, which you don't ever see, is that they try and figure out what's the best thing to do. It wasn't just like, we can't have this foreigner do something or all that kind of stuff. And again, I don't really have time. This is up in Lhasa where we met. These are a few pieces from Lhasa. The brooms brushing the Brahmaputra River. It's a $5 piece, really gorgeous. And the T-shirts were the Tibetans showing up at the very end of the time that we were doing it. And I mean, you want watched? You want everything recorded? We were watched. So anyhow, those pieces, this was the one in the Guggenheim. So he's gone on to, some of the artists have gone on to be activists and eco-activists. And so, and then they figured out to do this, so it would have to be on the Chinese cameras. Spontaneously, you didn't say to the government, well, we're going to do a prayer ceremony, so you'll see us doing this. So, and the Tibetans figured this all out. So I'm going to go fast here. I know I don't have a lot of time. Okay, so while I was directing the thing in Chengdu, they asked me to come see what they were doing on the river. The government did. And the government showed me all their maps. And they had a green plan that I've never seen anywhere else world. It was to make parks out of all the hovels they took down around the river. Out of 19 kilometers of riverfront, they made parks. And so I said, wow. And then I said, why don't you make a park that can show how nature cleans water? And they said, can you do that? Well, I never done anything like that, but I said yes. And like this, sort of. And then they talked for 2.5 minutes, and they told me they wanted me to give up all the performance stuff and design a park. And I said, well, I'll let you know in the morning. And I fortunately made the right decision, which was not to betray the artists. And we went ahead, and they said they were sorry about my decision, but they'd watch us very carefully. Well, they loved what happened. The whole city loved what happened. Merchants were involved. So how did I get to do that? I just got to do that by being this open, completely transparent person who was interested in doing this. And they said, you know, we researched you. They told me, we researched you, and we thought you were a missionary. We thought you were a spy. And then you brought some money, and we thought, why don't we let her do it? Let's do it. So that's how that happened. Of course, there's about another hour of stories here. So I'm going to run through the park just quickly. You can find it on my website. It's not a story, I have to tell many times. That's all the people around there having tea. And it's a living water drop fountain. Flow forms, which if you can make sculpture that help water move, then everyone has a way that they can see what's happening. And children just love it. Everyone loves it because it makes the sounds. Wetlands were extensive. After when the park, there were 4 construction companies. I asked them, do you know what you're doing? And they said, no. Are you talking to each other? No. We had a 12-hour meeting, at the end of which maybe they were talking to each other. So when the park, we got to test the water system because everything's connected, which is what's so innovative about it. And we all stood there like, please let it work, let there not be a broken down. And when it worked, we just screamed in delight. 3 months after the park was made, kingfishers were fishing there. And the life in it remained extraordinary, and that's because it's a connected system. Now, what happened is the park designers, it isn't well made. As they said to me, we didn't know what we were doing, and I said that to them. But the park designers started connecting up their parks to this park. So the premier of China came to see this. Every governor of every province, all 40-some provinces came. The head of China declared it the best thing that happened in the country. And I was taken to see probably the most famous man I'll ever meet. It reduced me to tears. And so then around the country, people were copying the wetland idea. They didn't get the rest of it, but they copied that idea. But what's happened, I'm just going to finish that, is sometime in these 2 years, Chengdu has been declared a garden city, but they have decided to connect up all their green spaces, turn every empty thing they can into green. And we're talking about a huge area. We're talking about 16 million people. And that's the idea of having a city. It's called a city in a garden. And they started doing stormwater adjustment and collection cities around 2000, because I led some workshops there. So the Chinese are thinking brilliantly, of course, not always, but it's very interesting, because I could tell you a lot of bad stories when I worked in Beijing in the Beijing Bureau of Hydraulic Engineering. I'm not going to go into that. It was really hard, but I did get a huge, vast wetland because I made a relationship with the head of the Planning Bureau. And I was then asked to direct projects, which I had really no know-how about that. And we did all of them as ecological designs. I think they went on shelves mostly. So that's the man I worked with. He was the only man who knew biosystems at all outside of Hong Kong and all of China. So it's just, what is it, fortune, good luck, karma? I don't know. But he and I and the head of the man who was head of the 5-year plan basically did that park. And the head of the 5-year plan guy the mayor said to him, are you willing to go to jail for that white woman's idea? And he said yes. Anyway, it's been the adventure of my life. I came back to the States and I did a workshop with Portland when they were trying to figure out what to do with their sewer overflow systems. And the only thing what came out of it was 8th grade science program to make a living water garden. But this, you never know what small thing will spread to big things. This spread to 20 schools. Then the city took it on. Now Portland's one of the most adapted cities there is in terms of rainwater collection. So again, and I got whatever you call it, public art in on one of the last wild salmon runs. And what I always do is I didn't just, I study the situation. Newton could explain it even. I study the situation, I study the land. I went and looked at where the water controls were, where the dams were, where they had put in flood control. I talked to every single entity that was involved in this restoration, small or big, including the new indigenous people who had just got their status. Poor culture wouldn't let me do most of the ideas that I came up with because they said they're too beautiful and we can't protect them. So then it was delayed so long that, and with all the other things that happened, they took out the flood control. So suddenly 60 acres was possibly being flooded except for the 8 acres of it. So I said, okay, what can I really do here? And I did an indicator of flood. Every one of those things is 1 foot. I did a huge living water drop for people to sit on in a very wet environment. And I cut glacial boulders to be sitting. Everything was locally sourced, or unless it was sourced in China where I could do things cheaply. But I think insisting on those discussions for so long, they finally got to the conclusion to really bring the river back. And so you don't know the impact of stepping out of your own silo. Step out. What's to lose? There's nothing to lose. Okay. And also I was fascinated with, because I had gone to, and before I did the Living Water Garden, and it was seminal in my idea, was that I had gone up to a place I'd been told about called the Godwater. And I met the scientist who was researching it, and he was researching if the water quality was really medicinal. And they found it would reduce tumors and cure all kinds of stomach and intestinal diseases. So there was a 19-hour trip, and I call it the Godwater. And I drank the water, and I have never felt that alive in my life, ever. Now, that tribe had lived on that water as its healing for 2,000 years. And a water bottling factory paid by the government had come in and taken that away from them. And I got to see that moment of confusion and deterioration right there in action. And at first I was like dizzy, like, what have I experienced? And so when I say to you, our brains are occupied with categories, they're in silos, with a materialistic imperative of bottom line economics, that's destroying us. But it's also destroying our creativity, because has separated us from nature. And there are some wonderful speakers here who have talked about that. And that's real. And the realness is that you can't study nature in a laboratory. You can to a point, but you gotta be in it. You just have to. You have to listen to it because we've lost so much knowledge. There's something that gets felt there that makes the rest possible. And then you go do the research. You need to confirm what you're thinking. Okay, I'll go check that out. So, but anyway, I started traveling around with a Tibetan filmmaker that I met, and we're at this monastery, and their water system is down below the monastery, and it's just full, it's big, and it's full of plastic and paint cans, and I said to him, I couldn't be patient, and I said, can we clean up your water system? And I didn't even say, thank you, I'm happy to be here. And he looked at me and he grinned and he said, yes, I'll give you my school for the day. So he also told me that their water system had gone away, and I said, how'd you get it back? And he said, we rebuilt the forest. So that's them. And this started a whole journey for the next 5 years of researching. Now, I don't think many people take me seriously when I tell them how they protect their waters. they say, especially their headwaters, we don't protect headwaters. Do you know what a tragedy that is? It's a total tragedy. I did try to get funding to go to a headwaters and take people up there, and I wanted to test their heartbeats and as they breathed at those headwaters, and then go down to where it starts to get polluted and test again. But I couldn't get the funding. But scientists were like, you can't do that. It might be a bird singing that impacted their heart, you know, because everything had to be done in a closed, unconnected way. But I've traveled around, and they'll say, if you graze your yak within 1 kilometer of this high water, headwaters, they're all going to die. If you wash your hands in this water, you will get arthritis, and so will all your relatives. That's real, okay? That's real in that culture. And, you know, I've collected all those stories. I haven't done anything with it. And I'm going to talk, how much time do I have? Am I done? 0 time. Okay, this is almost the end. Okay, so this is a cave I went to that has been, sorry, that I went to that has been cared for probably 5,000 years to get to it on horseback. We ate our lunch from what grows outside the cave, and I think I couldn't digest all this in the time period there, and I was going through my work and my notebooks and I realized that this cave, and this is the inside, it's one of the images. I've made 12 images in 1 week based on the cave. It holds the memory of everything those waters experienced and passed through since they were ever there. And and the trees aren't allowed to be cut. Nobody can, you know, get the sap or do anything there. So it's still protected, and it'll probably always be protected. So there's something that's understood in a people that love their land. We are immigrants. Not only are we immigrants, we are the people who knew this land. And so there's something very, very deep, and I know in myself too, to reclaim. Anyhow, I taught mapping. I'm just going to go, sorry, change. And this is the end. And it's good to remember that water doesn't adapt. Water is always water, no matter where it is. So our life adapts to the water conditions, and that is a really important thing about designing for the future. And what Newton said about cleaning up the wetlands, I have all that in my book too. And I tried to name water. You don't have Mistress Water. You know what a mistress was? She was the person who was in charge of the land. Now she's become a consort of a wealthy guy. So I kept this in my book anyway. And there's cartoons in it, and that's it. And the last statement is about the movement for an international water law. And I say it's going to take all of us, every profession, all of us, to set things straight.
You know, Betsy, one of the things I picked up on was overload and how you use it. I use it the same way. Helen and I would go somewhere and we would investigate until we were half dead. We couldn't think anymore. And then something new would emerge.
Yeah.
The conscious mind would quiet down and the psyche would take over, or the higher self. I noticed you did the same thing.
And I also didn't talk about how much I just listen to the people that are there, that live there, and follow them, to follow their energy, what they love, what's important. Even if I can't tell it's important, I just listen a huge amount. But yeah, information.
Yeah, good way to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Exhausting.
Exhausting.
Not everybody's got the stomach for it.
Well, not everyone's got the stomach to live on $5. But anyway.
Yeah.
All of us lived on $5 a day. Yeah.
So I'll just inject my astronomer's perspective again. Obviously, the search for life beyond the Earth is a topic I share a passion for. But one of the debates is water necessary for life? And what I liked about it is the way you sort of presented it, that the life adapts to the water, the water doesn't adapt to the life. And I think that's a fundamental thing. Yeah, we need, it's hard to explain. I mean, as the earth has evolved and water has changed, life adapts to it. And I think you really put your finger on something that I need to read more about.
Thanks. Well, my search was,
and, you know, what other liquids could lead to life?
my search was, how does water create? And the need for it, and it's all in the science now. They've unearthed it in the last, I'd say, 5 years, actually. I met some French guys who wanted to invent a new liquid, and I said, well, we're not on the same page. Water is so complicated. It's so complicated, and it remains complicated under all ambient conditions. So whether it's doing this over here, or cleaning this here, or creating that there, it's always water, but it's, like I said, it has this infinite, like, it's a computer beyond what we can imagine. So it's mind-boggling. Yeah.
I love your idea of water having memory. And another way in which it holds memory is through the transformations between the states. So when it goes from a less energetic to a more energetic state, like evaporates, it takes up energy, right, from the surface that it's evaporating from, leaving the surface cooler, but that energy is now taken, you know, with the water molecules and so on, you know, and it's this constant transformation of water in the water cycle.
Well, I think it probably holds a memory of everything it goes through, like for hundreds of years that's in there. We just haven't begun to understand that. But again, Meiwan-ho, or what's his name, Jujichi Giovanni, they've done it. They've done the work. So, and it's not hard to read. It's hard to find, but and if people want, I can. It's in my book.
Water talks?
Water talks, yeah. I never thought I'd write a book, tell you the truth. Not a million years.
Our next speaker, she's an ecological artist and pro-activist working primarily on wetland and water issues through social practice. A multidisciplinary background in anthropology, ethnographic film, and sculpture inform her work. She exhibits internationally and she has received numerous awards, including 2 New York State Foundation for the Arts grants, a Guggenheim Foundation Fellowship in Visual Arts, and a National Endowment for the Arts grant. Her ongoing Water Wash series combines native habitat restoration, educational outreach with climate change adaptation. The numerous projects in the series transform waterfronts through local community concepts. The original prototype transformed a water access park and was funded by the Long Island Sound Futures Fund as a concept that can be adapted to coastal situation worldwide. Water Wash Bronx River, and the second completed work, is an innovative collaborative green infrastructure solution to runoff pollution in the Bronx River. Other water wash projects extend from habitat restoration in a 15-acre residential Long Island property to protecting the endangered Sarus cranes in the Lumbini Crane Sanctuary, birthplace of the Buddha in Nepal. And welcome, Lillian. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tatiana, and thank you everybody for such an incredible conference. I mean, I'm here in Guadeloupe at the moment, where I don't necessarily have control. Oops. I'm doing it on my iPhone. I'm doing this presentation on my iPhone from the deck of the kitchen in the studio where I'm at. So you'll have to forgive me. It does really have some sound and maybe even some image effect on things. Anyways, I have to say, when I first saw Newton and Helen's work in Bonn, it was in the 90s, I saw Endangered Meadows. I was there for other art world events, more traditional sculpture. I lived at that time in the New York City painting and sculpture art world, where I must say I do not live any longer. There's a big black, oh good, okay, that's gone. And I was just blown away by this piece. The concept of rescuing things and then redistributing them in other places seemed so open and generous to me. And you'll see it's affected my work in other circumstances. I'm seeing 3 or 4 different layers of image. Is that there? Well, okay. That second slide is, I'm going to really give a talk on several elements of my work that culminate in the most recent piece that was done in Bimini, Bahamas. But this is called Go Donyana. I did a series of work that are interactive games, and they have a format based on the ancient Asian game of Go. And they are interactive. This was commissioned by the Seville Biennial. And they asked me what I wanted to do. It was a technology biennial curated by Peter Weibel. And I looked on the map and I saw that there was this huge Ramsar wetlands there, this park called Donyana. And I went, it was the second piece in the series, but it was one that was well enough funded to have the kind of interactive technology that I needed for it. It was 4 computers and 4 projectors and quite intense, but they had the funding for it. And I might say to Newton, I'm really at the point, even though I've made 4 of these pieces, I'm really at the point where I hate technology. I just want to be outside. So this piece shows you the game. The people interact with it in a physical way. There's a camera that picks up the motion. And then each move of the game has a video connected to it. And the bottom line is that, next slide, please. So there are over 108 videos in this particular piece. A number were projects that were, a number were videos of interviews with scientists. I worked with 4 different scientists in this park. This is a national park. It's preserved, and it really started me thinking about things in a little bit of a different way, looking at how the global attitude towards preservation worked, how different it was than my place in Long Island, where I have been for 15 years on the Land Preservation Committee of Suffolk County. So this is one of the manifestations of the game as it can be shown. It can be shown as a huge installation, as it was in Seville, or it can be shown on an iMac. And here you see the 3 different screens with the images on it. This is actually the opening sequence where the 3 different languages that the game was presented in. There were quite a few translations, 3 different languages. These are the 4 simple instructions about how to operate the game. And as you'll see later when I talk about it in another manifestation, the game is not over until both sides have won territory. That's one of the reasons why I liked Go as a strategic metaphor. This is Francisco Garcia Novo, who is a wonderful scientist that I worked with there, who wrote the monograph on Donyana, the park. And it is an incredibly diverse ecosystem that people, even 30 miles away in Seville, often have never been to. Natives of Seville, like my taxi drivers, they never had heard of it. It's only 30 miles away. And yet it's this 100,000 acre incredible ecosystem. This is Waterwash Bronx River. It's the second series that I'm going to tell you about. These 2 series merged together into the 3rd series in Bimini. The the project was a stormwater remediation, and it was funded by the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation and implemented with my project partner, Rocking the Boat, which is a local organization that teaches kids to do remediation on the river. They'd never planted plants, and they planted over 10,000 native plants here for this wetland along the Bronx River. It was behind a commercial building, ABC Carpet. So it was a public-private collaboration. And the experience of doing it was an amazing, next slide, please, project, because when I agreed to do this, I built in the science. I built in funding, actually the funding for Drexel University. They got more money than I did. I worked on it for 3 years. They worked on it for a few months. But this is Dr. Franco Montalto, very interesting environmental designer from Drexel University. Next slide. And his students were there. We had a swale. We designed a swale. There were both weather, there was weather technology on the roof to record the situations, and there was a flume that measured the speed and the velocity of the water coming off the parking lot and the hard surfaces of the commercial building. And it was amazing to see what happened after Sandy. We got it all down on the website. Next slide, please. These are all early in the stage of construction. Now you see how it's blown into a full-blown wetland with really amazing wildlife attracted to it, and also it helps keep the building from being flooded. However, that's a long story about what's happened to it now. It is protected by the Attorney General's office and of the state of New York, so that they must maintain it even though the building has been sold. And up until very recently, up until COVID, they did hire the local Rocking the Boat groups to do the maintenance, which was another part of the long-term project for it. I feel like Newton and Helen, that a project is never done. And especially we have a Zen saying, a garden is never finished. And so I usually leave the dates of my pieces open. So this was started in 2008, and it's ongoing now, even though it doesn't quite look the same. So next slide, please. That brings me to the project that I'm going to read you. My paper is a chapter in this wonderful Eco-Art and Action book that Chris Fremantle and several other people from the Eco-Art listserv have implemented and brought to fruition. It's a chapter about this project that merges the two series, the series for restoration and the series for the interactive game, so that that's an educational outreach, but not, from my perspective, I consider my job, I'm not an academic, and I consider my job is to make people care. So this is the project. It's called Go Home Bimini. Mangroves play an integral role in the unique ecosystem of the Bimini Islands, which are located in westernmost Bahamas. They function as an essential nursing habitat for many species of marine animals and other wildlife, and they serve as a coastal defense, preventing erosion and protecting against damage caused by extreme weather conditions like hurricanes. Many of you know this. Mangroves, like other species, are threatened worldwide. With the construction of large hotels and tourist attractions, Bimini's shorelines are being extended using landfill, destroying countless mangroves and coral reefs. This alarming predicament raises concerns about ecological damage and erasure of Bimini's distinctive ecosystems, natural beauty, and heritage. With all this in mind, I developed an open-ended collaboration with the nonprofit Waterkeepers Bahamas and students from Louise McDonald High School. Our project was divided into 3 areas of student engagement: mangrove restoration, art projects, and the development of the game Go Home Bimini, which is to be used as an educational tool. It's an extension of the educational Go game. Our ongoing mangrove restoration project began in 2019, and to date has involved rescuing over 1,000 mangrove propagules from areas threatened by development and replanting them in a natural area. Mangrove-themed artwork, next slide please, signage and collaborative development of the game Go Home Bimini was undertaken with Bahamian artist and educator James Pinder and his high school students. Now, this is an amazing man. You'll hear more about him later. This is Brian, who is one of the students who has graduated recently and is interested in marine biology, who works now in a dive lab, but he was a junior when we started the project in 2019, and I think he could be the Greta Thurman of the Bahamas. I would love to get him to be out in the world somehow, but COVID made it quite difficult to do that. This is a picture taken the second year where some of the propagules, you can see how the propagules took. Our continued goal is to both raise awareness of the current state of mangroves in Bimini while actively trying to alleviate the issue. The project is an integrated intervention fueled by the urgency of the climate crisis. As with my previous works, the project is grounded in relationship building within a specific community. It's a small, intimate kind of generalist project, to use some words we've talked about a lot in the last couple of days. It's born out of a critical mass navigated by intuition. Initial ideas lead to introductions, introductions lead to conversations, conversations lead to creative concepts, and those creative concepts thrive through implementation within a community context. This is a group from the second year, I believe, where we had more students involved than were originally the first year. This is 2020. I went 2 years and it was intended to be a third year, but COVID intervened. As an artist primarily concerned with wetlands, mangrove ecosystems have been a fascination for me for a long time. The fall of 2018, an idea started to percolate, leading to online correspondence with the Mangrove Action Project, a nonprofit focused on collaborative and innovative solutions to conserving and restoring mangrove forests worldwide. Through my research and our communications, I became aware of the growing mangrove issues in the Caribbean. MAP suggested several contacts and organizations who I reached out to. Most didn't respond, but Waterkeeper Bahamas, an organization committed to the protection and preservation of waters worldwide, they have a specific one in Bahamas, responded best to my initial ideas. Their contact, support, and enthusiasm for my proposed program made it possible for me to continue our work. As a result, they became key figures in forming our mangrove project. Next slide, please. Here's the methodology of the project. February 2019, our project was given the name Home from Help Our Mangrove Ecosystem by student suggestions. I was there for 3 weeks the first time, and we received a small grant that financed my trip there, where I was introduced to new volunteers and participants. Our initial team included Waterkeepers Bahamas, Bradley Rutherford, a naturalist from Grand Bahamas, the students, and volunteers from Bimini Shark Lab, a local biological research station that provided the boats. We rescued 4 to 5 year old red mangrove saplings from areas slated for condominium development on North Bimini. And I'm sure maybe subliminally there, I must have been thinking about endangered meadows, but it didn't really occur to me until, frankly, when I started to do this talk, I realized that was one of the concepts that the Harrisons have sort of really premiered. Over 2 days at the end of the project's month-long preparation period, the saplings were replanted in a protected cove area of public land at East Wells at the tip of North Bimini, an area that is being considered for a marine reserve. And in fact, Martin Luther King wrote his Nobel Prize acceptance speech in this area of East Wells, saying there's so much life here. It's inspiring. And it's quite a miraculous place. The kids had never been there. They lived in a town a half an hour boat ride away, very close. The kids had never been to East Wells. They'd never been to see the monument to Martin Luther King. And it was amazing to me that I could be the vehicle to get them to see their own nature in their own backyard. They were art students, primarily interested in art, though Mr. Pinder, their teacher, had exposed them a lot to science issues and was very interested himself in science issues. After just one monitoring visit by Shark Lab volunteers, the process of sapling rescue and replanting was sadly disrupted following Hurricane Dorian's devastation. In 2020, I went again and finished the game development. The video documentation of the initial process was used along with additional botanical stills to create Go Home Bimini, based on the ancient Asian game of Go. Traditionally, Go players develop strategies to surround their opponent's terrain. In my version, cooperation is necessary between players since the game is not finished until both sides have won. That's a hard concept for kids who are used to video games where it's kill, kill, kill. Go Home Bimini combines videos taken of participants and scientists in East Wells, along with local music and informative vignettes, encouraging players' cooperation to save the endangered mangrove wetlands in Bimini. In the second year, the project grew. We had more students, and Mr. Pinder's students checked on those planted the year prior, noting that they were actually more than 85% survived Hurricane Dorian, far exceeding our expectations. Working with twice as many students as we had in 2019, over 500 mangroves were planted in just one day, and then there was a big storm and we couldn't finish. During this visit, we also worked to expand student engagement in the project through art-based efforts. This slide shows two of the students who were involved with the restoration playing the game as it is possible to play anywhere in the world from a laptop that has it installed. And they have learned how to manipulate their bodies. It's almost like a dance that manipulates their bodies from the motion sensor in the camera that initially triggers the videos to be shown. This is Miranda. In class assignments for younger students included a drawing and watercolor class to imagine what the mangroves planted last year would look like after Hurricane Dorian. Students from Mr. Pinder's class engaged in lively discussions about ecological art and the significance of mangrove wetlands. They developed ideas for mangrove chairs where interviews could be conducted about the environment of Bimini and their hopes for its survival. Additionally, Mr. Pinder and I arranged a native plant tour for the students. This is Miranda, who actually came up with this tremendous idea of mangrove mascots. She took a manga idea and made mangrove mascots. This is Shrub, one of the mascots, and she had quite a very interesting response to the concept of saving the wetlands and saving the mangroves. Bimini's sound bites about natural and historic significance were provided by local residents and scientists meeting with the students. Musicians from the area provided the music for the game, and many of the artworks by the students were included in the game. And we're hoping that this will be a tool that can be distributed to school systems throughout the Bahamas. We have the benefit now of finding out that these students have concepts that are, they're graduating. There's Brian, who's involved with marine biology, wants to say things like, I don't know if people will remember East Wells in 5 years, clearly distressed by Bimini's rapid overdevelopment. This other talented student is Miranda with the mangrove mascots. We've noted a similar level of perceptiveness and creativity from many of the students. Their unwavering desire to affect change has been as integral to our project as educational tools have been to them. One of the most important things I think that's important to focus on here is the teachers that were involved. Mr. Pinder is in the foreground. Ashley Saunders, who's a poet and historian who also taught in the school system for 30 years. We went on a nature walk. We took the kids to a nature walk to a little area that I thought was preserved, but now seems to be also slated for development, heartbreakingly. And I think it's important to emphasize these guys were both educated in the United States, Mr. Pinder as an artist and Ashley as a poet. And the two of them came back and taught in the schools there in Bimini. Almost never happens. Very rarely do people who have been given a chance in the wider world come back to Bimini and to share their skills. But these guys were incredible. We learned a lot about native plants from Ashley, about what medicinal properties they had. And once again, the kids had never been to this. It's a short ferry ride away from their school. Next slide, please. But the kids had never been there. And one of the reasons I think I'm so thrilled with preservation is I see that many of these kinds of experiences kids don't have. If the parks are not preserved, if places like East Wells are not preserved, if the marine habitat is not really made a park or a reserve, there is no hope of these kids ever getting a chance to look at any kind of nature. They live in a concrete jungle, and it's integral to the project to have them exposed to these kinds of things. It's through them that we have seen in Go Home Bimini that despite tremendous adversity, I mean, these kids most of them will not go to college. There is still great generative potential for the future in their hearts. Thank you. I want to just mention also that there's a saying in Eastern religion about Indra's net. Indra's net is one of the symbols of connectivity, that we're all connected. And even though I've worked in Nepal and I've worked in Spain and I've worked in the Bahamas, I have a new project actually for saving a marine lake that is home to over 750,000 seahorses. It is, once again, not the restoration that compels me these days. What compels me is the sense that we have an opportunity to save what's left. As E.O. Wilson said, 50% of the wild is the only way we will keep the ecosystems and the habitats of a lot of the creatures we value in functioning order. And so I've spent a lot of the last 15 years working with my town and local government to preserve wetland areas and parklands. And it's a very, very difficult thing to do, public-private. It's not an easy thing. Many places don't have any laws to help, but there are tools in the toolbox that can make it possible for us to have these places preserved. And I think that's a really better use of funding from my perspective than to fund my projects. So I'm less likely to be going out there and getting grants again, except for things like land preservation. So thank you.
There is one comment from David Haley. So he's saying, Lillian, great that the students created their own mythologies about and beyond their education.
Yes, that was very exciting for both Mr. Pinder and I. It was in the classroom when this girl came up with these 3 mangrove mascots for, women saving wetlands. And we looked at each other across the classroom and our eyes lit up. It's like, this is it. This is what we want them to do. And one of the kids made a video about, talking about this area of East Wells and how important it is to save it. And it's a sad thing for those of us who work with relationships. I mean, I'm still in contact with Brian. I had a nice text from him yesterday because I told him I was going to be talking about him. But I mean, when you have these projects that are so open-ended, when you have these projects that never finish, basically, as the relationships can't be maintained forever, but it's like the project is ongoing, and it's I really do feel that that's a problem. I feel bad that I can't keep up the relationships with every last student, but it's not to be. Anyways, but it is, they got it. They got their mythology. And these were the youngest kids I'd ever worked with. I don't generally I work more with college and, graduate students. So this was the youngest group, but they really got it. And I think it was very gratifying. And I hope they all manage to have lives that can accommodate nature in some way, because they really do love it if you give them a chance to, experience it. Like nature, you give it half a chance, it can heal itself. And small projects or big projects, I think they all have an effect one way or another.
And so next speaker is Dr. Kathy Fitzgerald. She's an ecological artist and educator, founder and director of global online Familia Ecoversity, consultant, empowering creative, cultural, and business professionals for wise, compassionate, and beautiful creativity, international speaker, advisor, mentor of eco-literacy, and accredited ESD Transformative Learning Earth Charter educator. And she is co-presenting with Nikos Papadakis, who is a philosopher, also co-director of the global Familia online eco-literacy program. Nikos is an experienced philosopher and educator whose transdisciplinarity work arises at the intersection of nature and culture, the sciences, the arts, and the wisdom traditions, particularly the traditions of ancient Greek, Roman, and Hellenistic period, Eastern philosophy, and indigenous traditions. So we welcome these two speakers today, and I also would like to say that Kathy came all the way from Dublin, and also Tim and Rico came all the way from Scotland, so we're so lucky to have them both. And of course, Monica came all the way from Strasbourg. Yes. Thank you so much.
I'm very, very honoured to be here and to be invited to speak. My deepest appreciations to Tatiana and her partner Gareth, and especially to Newton for inviting me. I have a strange relationship with Newton in some ways. We've only communicated maybe once or twice every decade, but he's written in unexpectedly when I've almost given up developing an ecological art practice. So I'm very grateful to Newton and Helen for their intuitive wisdom for reaching out to me. It's meant the world. I came across Newton and Helen's work in the late 90s after I'd done an environmental forest activism project in Ireland, and I was just on my way into developing my thesis for my undergraduate art degree. But I found, even with a background in science, I've worked in science research for 10 years before art college, I really, really had a difficult time going through undergraduate, master's, and then I did a PhD, practice-led PhD, in developing an effective ecological art practice. Came out at the other end thinking that there wouldn't be much interest in my work. This was before Greta Thunberg stood up and the IPC recent reports. But actually, when Greta Thunberg did stand up, I found people were coming to my door. And at the end of my PhD, I said, just in a few lines, I really want to help the next generation of people, creative people, engage in this area. It's beyond urgent. So this is what my talk is about. First of all, coming from Aotearoa, New Zealand, all adult educators are invited to learn their ecological genealogy. So I want to thank the rivers and forests, my family, and the built heritage of Aotearoa, New Zealand. The name Haumea Ecoversity that my colleague and I have developed came from a Pacific earth goddess. I've been in Ireland 25 years, but I don't have any Gaelic. and somehow I'm connected to both countries, New Zealand and Ireland, through the Pacific Ocean, because my paternal grandfather was born at sea. I also want to acknowledge that this is a special day in Ireland. Yesterday was St. Patrick's Day. Today is our official day of mourning for all the people affected by the pandemic. But Ireland being creative, I'm really delighted to share that next year this day will be moved to February, and we will be celebrating St. Bridget as well as St. Patrick in Ireland going forward. So after centuries of patriarchy, I'm really, really pleased to share that with you. So today we offer that creative ecological practices, if framed within a wisdom-based philosophy, develop valuable real-world examples of holistic transformative learning. Transformative learning has been identified by sustainability education researchers as promoting deep behavioural change, so all people act well for a just, sustainable and peaceful culture. And I had to take note that Newton often talked about his endeavours as being transformative. With my colleague, philosopher Dr. Nikos Papadakis, we argue wisdom-based learning transforms creative practitioners and their audience's worldviews so they can listen and change their behaviour to live well in the web of life. And these insights add to the emergent education for sustainable development field. Thus, we offer understandings for educators, researchers, curators, eco-artists, and creative sector policy writers. I'll give my presentation in two parts. First, I will share that the challenges that ecological insights bring to the global education landscape. After that, I will share how we've developed new educational supports for creative and cultural professionals through the online Helmaya Ecoversity. So I've been working away with Nikos on this the last 3 years, and we've connected with 150 learners online. Importantly, ecology, as we work with it, leads to emergent insights. These insights in turn confirm that creative practices rooted in wisdom, compassion and grace align with the necessary and urgent shift needed in global education. A shift recognised by a growing number of educators across cultures. Such learning empowers learners to cultivate a profoundly holistic ecological worldview, which includes intimacy with their own holism of mind, heart, body and world. The new priority to transform global education over its previous focus on economic growth arose at the UN's first Earth Summit in Rio in 1992, 30 years ago. And that was through new aims for sustainable development in the non-binding Agenda 21 action plan. In 2015, the significance of education towards a sustainable future was renewed and exemplified with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, with Sustainable Development Goal 4 for high quality education constituting a crucial means of implementing all 16 other goals. It makes sense that learning would play such a crucial role. Learners need systems fluency or eco-fluency in order to fulfil their values and to work justly in a manner that furthers the conditions of life. But that turns out to require much more than adding sustainability as a topic to curricula. Global education is thus undergoing a radical change beyond siloed Enlightenment priorities to envision holistic, transformative learning as guided by universal integrated eco-social values for broader personal, collective and planetary well-being to benefit all Earth's inhabitants. A paradigm shift for global education presents itself because holistic education embraces complexity, which we've heard about this afternoon. As I was to personally experience, education in the dominant culture, including art education, has struggled to reform itself to prioritise a deep, just and sustainable cultural change throughout the education landscape. This is because key ecological insights that embrace life's dynamic complexity and which are essential to cultivating a more holistic and sustainable consciousness and worldview, such as interdependence and cooperation, counter the Western worldview that humans are superior to and apart from the wider ecology of life. In this case, we may intellectually think we understand ideas of interdependence easily enough. However, we grossly fail to appreciate the magnitude of educational change ecological perspectives present, both what we teach and, most importantly, how we teach. As it is, ecological insights and a holistic perspective present a profound paradigm cultural shift, troubling people's sense of identity and place in the world, their entrenched human privilege and habits of entitlement to perceive and use Earth and its inhabitants as a resource. Even life's meaning and purpose is unsettled. This is the warning I put up at the beginning of our introductory essential eco-literacy course. It's a quote from the eco-critic Timothy Morton. The ecological thought can be really highly unpleasant, but once you've started to think it, you can't unthink it. And we've all having to start to think it. So as our culture is now only beginning to address white male privilege, we can sense the enormity of change needed. Yeah. More specifically, overcoming Western culture's entrenched human-centeredness seems insurmountable given that today's pervasive extract and move on conquest consciousness mindset arose at the very dawn of Western culture in Mesopotamia thousands of years ago. Today's scientific and social data amassed from the 60s onwards that details the symptoms, the climate breakdown, pollution, biodiversity collapse, the immense social injustices, confirms the life-limiting violence of such a conquest extractive worldview. It also reveals, even if little discussed by our politicians, media journalists, and to a large extent the art world, who all suffer ecological illiteracy from their siloed education, how addicted and entangled to this culture's mindset, seemingly material advantage we are, despite the contrary to the evidence that we're on a trajectory of ecocide. So to conclude part one and the context for our work, we argue that only with a truly holistic ecological consciousness and worldview can learners transform their thinking and being to guide their actions for mutual healing and harmony, for enduring intergenerational and interspecies well-being. A shift in consciousness may help open our thinking, since it allows us to consider things like compassion, equanimity, clarity of mind, and so on. By conscious change, we mean a new perception of self and world. So in the second part, I'll talk more about our experiences of developing curricula in this area. I'd like to acknowledge in some ways what we're presenting is not that new in the contemporary art field. We join other art researchers and practitioners over recent decades who conclude that ecological informed creativity provides important models of radical sustainability education. But as discussed, ecological realities have yet to gain real traction in art or more general adult education to affect radical behaviour change on a level comparable to addressing the scale of the ecological catastrophe. When Joseph Beuys defined expanded aesthetic practices as social sculptures and argued that everyone involved is an artist, that creativity is a universal force, he acknowledged these dialogical practices' potential as a curriculum for enabling an ecological way of being, and also their social power to engage a wide public. I'd also like to acknowledge David Haley's important work to think of the eco-pedagogical potential of the Harrison's work and how it lit a path for me to follow. And a line from performance artist researcher Charles Garian, his analysis of the Harrison's practice, which argues that ecological art practices suggest a holistic model for education that is presently not acknowledged, inspired my thinking some time ago that ecological art practice, even a modest one like my own, afforded me deep eco-literacy for an alternative ecological forestry and the agency to stand up with others to demand a change that we relate to forests well in perpetuity. To provide a new holistic reorientation for learners, in our education work we have developed a series of introductory modules and follow-on in-depth courses. I will talk about our approach, which is profoundly holistic from 3 perspectives: philosophy as a way of life, psychosocial supports, and values education. I will also share how our course development aligns with and expands on creativity's crucial role for inclusive, inspired education for sustainability, the shift in global education that I mentioned earlier. So there are very real consequences when an ecological artist educator teams up with an eco-aesthetic oriented philosopher. This is what happened when Nikos and I started working together. We combine dangerous wisdom-based learning to reflect on the role of creativity to promote a harmonious culture that respects life. This troubles conventions for creative practice education, not to mention that it critiques the entire dominant culture. Early on in our work together, Nikos shared with me Chongyun Trumpa's deep insights that how we teach creativity is essential to cultivate a life-promoting, life-respecting culture. Quote, "To change the culture, we need to change society. To change society, you have to change the art. And to do this, we need to change how art is taught." So it is no small endeavour indeed. Nikos, also being a fan of Socrates, also knew that there is a special relationship between philosophy and creativity, and correspondingly that creative practitioners have a significant responsibility for creating a healing and harmonious life-promoting culture. Philosophers have long said creative works are a crucial means to promote civic discourse, so informed holistic creativity is vital now, so society can reflect values that promote both personal and planetary well-being. And from my own ecological creative forest work, I know becoming fluent in broader values has always been the first step to change laws and policy. So what informs our developing educational model? As Tatiana read out, Nikos is an experienced philosophy researcher and educator, formerly at UC Santa Cruz, whose transdisciplinary work arises at the intersection of nature and culture. In the spirit of Gregory Bateson, Nikos left academia to help professionals of all kinds learn to think the way nature works. His important research takes advantage of what he sees as the single greatest untapped cultural resource humanity has, the philosophical traditions of the world and the storehouse of practical wisdom they contain for solving complex personal and global challenges. Most important is Nikos's compelling research on how neuro and quantum science confirm the benefit of contemplative arts of awareness from the world's diverse wisdom traditions. So such a broad review helps fundamentally reset diverse learners about how they practice their lives and guide their creativity for a better world. I came to work with Nikos with over 2 decades of interest, personal experience, and specific struggles to develop an effective, ongoing creative ecological practice with the small forest I live with in South East Ireland. Previously working in research science gave me an edge in developing an ecological art practice when there was little peer support available in this emergent field. I have also worked across local government arts offices, providing professional development to creators of all artistic backgrounds. So I am very attuned to both the educational and very difficult livelihood challenges creative workers face. My doctoral work critically reviewed and developed a theory method framework of Guattari and action research to more simply explain the social power and operation of the Harrisons and others' ecological practices. The most impactful thing I feel I can do with my creativity and professional development skills is to help the next generation of creators. So how do we facilitate wisdom-based transformative learning? The soul of the Haumea Ecoversity courses are weekly online meetings with all learners. Collective deep listening and sharing is accelerated learning when we share insights and experiences. And the learning is relevant no matter what art field one works in, whether music, writing, visual, community arts. Our dialogue helps all reflect on the self-paced multimedia presentations that we explore each week. I'd just like to say that the people that are attracted to our courses are mid-career creatives. They're people who have developed their own practice. At no time am I teaching people how to do their music or their painting or their work. So they're coming to us to gain an eco-literacy. So this is one person who wrote to me just as I was boarding the plane in Dublin the other day. She said, "The Haumea course was spectacular. It is deep and rich. It prompted the learning journey to span out like a spiral. At least it did for me. As soon as the second week, I was going back into the previous material for second and third readings and listenings, and receiving with more nuance every time. Like any quality learning experience, it left me with a lot of learning ahead, but with the tools to engage in the area." So it's been quite a surprise for me, this journey, because I'm not a teacher, so I've had to come on board with all of this. But it has been one of the most rewarding periods of my life to share in this way. A key perspective for our Haumea Ecoversity work is understanding that developing holistic education for sustainability requires a comprehensive life-affirming philosophy. My understanding that we need to employ such a philosophy to fundamentally reorient art and education came slowly, but it perhaps explains why that even with my background in science, I struggled to develop an effective ecological art practice. It may also account for why ecological art practices, even with their excellent examples like the Harrison's work, have largely remained on the margins of the contemporary art world for decades, and that their importance for sustainability education reform has been little realised. So, in looking at thinking about a philosophy, if we begin with polymath systems thinker Gregory Bateson's astute observations that the major problems are the world are the result of the difference between how nature works and the way people think, and we have a very erroneous picture of reality in the dominant culture, and his perhaps still surprising conclusions that the answer lies in resacralising our relations with the living world. We realise that the cultural crisis and correspondingly the educational challenge requires an expansive life-promoting and liberating philosophical reorientation that enables us to live wisely and well with others and the other ecologies in perpetuity. So part of our teaching would be also to remind learners that the future most definitely has an ancient heart, as 85% of Earth's biodiverse, rich lands remain tended by cultures who continue life-affirming worldviews. Wisdom-based philosophy draws on more life-affirming cultures and Indigenous science. We are aiming to facilitate learners to re-indigenize themselves to their place and their heritage. We introduce learners to ecological thinking from Western, Eastern and Indigenous thinkers, suited to their situation. We share that their arts of awareness, contemplative, aesthetic, embodied, ritualistic and ceremonial practices are key cultural activities that can tune learners to their place and help them care and act for interspecies and intergenerational well-being beyond current life-limiting self-interest. So the second part that I would really like to convey about our work is that we have stressed that as learners develop a capacity to learn a life-promoting philosophy, that they most definitely need psychosocial supports. As our current ability to think ecologically is handicapped by fragmented and fragmenting education, how it's been degraded by distractive technologies, and when many are overwhelmed, already suffering from low-level anxiety, which is most of us. In each module, we prioritise contemplative practices from the world's wisdom traditions. And this helps remind people of their connection to all life and to cultivate regular practices for compassion for themselves and others. So this is to help creative people avoid burnout, despair, cynicism, anger. It's also very appropriate for artists, and also 20% of the population are highly sensitive. So we are regularly having people who are very interested but incredibly sensitive to these issues. The other important part of our facilitation is how values education is so important. Personally, myself and other learners have grappled with the eco-emergency and have strongly sensed but have failed to articulate that the values that we live by do not cultivate responsibility for the wider Earth community. I've been interested in ecological values for the last decade, and I was delighted and surprised that an Irish Arts Council award last year enabled me to join the 5-month accreditation program through the University of Peace for United Nations in Costa Rica, and this is on education for sustainable development. I connected with leading sustainability education researchers and professors through Earth Charter International, who hosts the UNESCO Chair for Education for Sustainability. Seeing how our learners and Nikos himself found value in the unprecedented people's holistic framework that is the Earth Charter helped us gain clarity about why and how actions for sustainable cultural renewal can be guided through its 16 principles. Like ecological art practice, the Earth Charter has been around for some decades, yet it is an unprecedented civil society document that expands on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the environmental guidelines of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. However, appreciation that we even need values education to guide systemic change is still low right across Western education. So these just are some of the new texts that are coming out. I'd like to draw your attention to Professor Emeritus Sam Crowell, who's in San Diego, but he's apparently in Costa Rica just at the moment teaching. There is a wealth of information about values education, which I find is, I wish I'd had it through art college, and particularly the field that I was working in. So undertaking this education certification and sustainability has given me insights that I wish to highlight today. I recognised as I was doing the sustainability course, that many of the components I'd struggled to formulate and then teach about ecological art practice are part of new holistic practices for sustainability education, which sustainability educators are already calling transformative learning. Transformative learning covered many of the aspects that we also covered in our courses. This was also confirming, especially when many of our learners shared in their feedback that our courses had been so transformative for them. Holistic collective activities to cultivate an ecological worldview comprise what is known as transformative learning, and then comprise contemplative practices, experiential, embodied, aesthetic and emotional components to reorient lifelong and life-wide learning. And the caveat with that is that the real problem is the separation of these and the separation of reason from all of them. So many of these activities are so familiar to my efforts to cultivate an effective ecological art practice. And these are some of the books that are available on Kindle and Amazon from Professor Sam Crowell. And I think if you have gone through or attempting to learn about ecological art practice, a lot of what he's looking at is in the same vein. The re-enchantment of learning, of course, reminds us all of Susie Gleek's prescient work in art criticism in the early 90s. So correspondingly, I also recognise the deeper contemporary art practices experience of our learners and how Nikos's wisdom-based research could likewise contribute to the emergent education for sustainability field. These are new insights that we haven't presented before, and I'll be sharing this talk and presentation with sustainability education researchers. So that's one of our recent learners, and she is doing a project with a filmmaker going to 3 different parts of Ireland, and just with this deep embodied listening. So she's found a lot of value in our framework. So to summarise, I would argue that there's valuable cross-pollination between the work we have developed at the Haumea Ecoversity and sustainability education research. Already we see our work in sustainability education may be the means to overcome the marginalisation of eco-arts education and practice. At the same time, eco-literate, eco-fluent creators from all fields can bring a wealth of experience to make sustainability education for diverse audiences inspiring and engaging. So I just want to say that Nikos has been busy and has drafted this book that we're workshopping and he's made podcasts about. It's a book that he emphasises a truly holistic approach to teaching, learning and performing. This includes what he calls the, quote, arts of awareness, practices to reconnect our relation to Earth and all our kin. He claims the approach could revolutionise education, creative practice and efforts towards a more just and sustainable world. It has definitely provoked some of our learners in Ireland to rekindle the Indigenous placemaking heritage. And this has been particularly evident in Irish-speaking creative people. And just some small examples, some artist teachers have just really been so enthusiastic about the Earth Charter that it is a really, there's a children's Earth Charter that you can use to bring ideas like interdependence into schools, and it's been really exciting. I've also suggested that the UNESCO-endorsed Earth Charter be the guiding ethical framework across the Irish education landscape. They're preparing a new strategy for education for sustainability this year, and I have underlined its crucial role for arts education. And just this final thing, just a few weeks ago, I was really delighted to hear that I've been made an advisor for 3 wetland projects. The Creative Drummond project I've worked on the last 5 years advising. It is, I've worked on the smallest close to nature continuous cover forestry project in Ireland. I now seem to be working on the smallest wetland project. It's a tiny place, but the frameworks have energised and caused a lot of delight. There's never been any contemporary art practices in this community before, so it's becoming quite a role model. And I have had special advice from Dr. Miriam Viola, our Chief Executive of Earth Charter International, and she was saying that if you can get these projects and the Earth Charter working on the ground, that will help the policymakers and the Education Department feel more confident about eco-literacy and systems literacy. So thank you so much for listening, and if you've got any comments, please email me. We have different rates, so we have, I'm very cognizant that a lot of artists don't have a lot of money, especially now. So we have a sliding scale. So some people who are curators or who are employed in the arts, they're paying more. But we're not making a fortune from this, of course. So. But I'm really delighted with the 3-county wetland project. There's a significant amount of money for training. And I spoke to the arts officers and people from who would be organising these programs, and they're going to do my training as well as the artists.
You know, when you talk about a school, do you have buildings? I mean,
No.
do you have a bunch of classes? I mean,
Would you believe me?
how do you have meetings?
No, we do it online through Zoom, and I was getting a small amount of money to do a live workshop. I've done it once, and then the next month the lockdown happened.
So you're going to build a school ultimately in advance of what Shoemaker does.
Like Schumacher. So Satish Kumar has been talking about transformative learning. He's been doing it for 30 years in the UK, and he said, I don't want to get bigger. I want to see a lot of models that are small and nimble. So that's what our...
Well, I think the model of a ton of small schools like that is really terrific because it would because if you had a bunch of nodules like that or modules like that, it could reverberate nicely in cultures.
Yeah.
Better than a big system that becomes moribund and too proud of itself.
Yeah. Sam Crow and Satish Kumar would say that current education institutions will really struggle with holistic learning.
Yeah, I realize I have to want to pick you. I want to ask more about the small, because I work with two institutions that, first of all, Goddard College, where I've been chair of the Interdisciplinary Arts Program. I mean, we pride ourselves on transformative learning, though I think we use, it would be interesting to compare pedagogies, and because one of the differences is that ours becomes transformative because there's so much individualized learning and the deep listening to each student to really bring forth their methods. Also, I don't know that I've shared with people here that I know I've said that I have a fellowship this semester, but it's at Naropa University, which is really at the forefront of doing contemplative learning and much of what you do. And anyway,
I actually was going to ask you last night if it was Naropa, and I thought, no, it can't be.
Yeah, it's Naropa, and not to talk about me, the question that I have is that it's very painful to me to note the severe institutional dysfunction in both of those institutions. In Naropa, I've tried to keep a distance, but I keep noticing parallels and well, how could we learn from each other? At Goddard, it's inordinately painful. So part of the institutional dysfunction is a disconnect between the ideals, some of which you articulated in your own way, and an administration that is tied to, I think, traditional models of capital and funding, and that end up being extremely ungenerous. And so when I hear Newton talk about seeding many small institutions, and I see that right now it sounds like it's just the two of you without any institution. I mean, one of the things I've been thinking the last few months is why are these institutions so dysfunctional? So I would just like some conversation from you. Newton, you might have some ideas about how to grow what you do, or have a school, or have a something in a way that doesn't replicate some of what I'm experiencing. It's a big question, but I can't help but put it on the table.
But you said the word grow there, and I think that's the automatic thing that I have a business mentor as well, and she'd be saying, this is how you grow your business.
Well, and I'm sorry I even used that.
But it is something that I've been reflecting on, because I do the administration and the bookings, and so I'm carrying that as well.
I think...
Seed is a better word than
I actually feel at the moment that the 3 Wetland project may be a way of extending that. And I was talking to Kelly over lunch that I can't remain at the centre of that. I would like the network to start teaching itself, so I'm exploring that as well.
What I think is interesting about what Kathy's doing here is you're in process, and what I like about it is it has the feeling that you're approaching education as a work of art.
Yes.
And that you're approaching it as a process operation.
Yeah.
And that the value of such a thing is enormous if it can be distributed.
Yes.
If it stays within your little circle, then you're just one more phenomena.
Yeah.
But it can't be distributed until you learned enough to make it worth it. And so you're now in your learning curve,
Yeah.
and that's why I'm dumping all the encouragement I can on your poor shoulders.
Thank you. I've also had very experienced artist teachers come to me, so they're already going off with some of our learnings already, and I'm really delighted with that. And I'm mentoring. So I'm excited. I'm a new teacher, so I haven't been burnt out by the system.
Kathy, I also wanted to just thank you for your beautiful presentation and to lay in some experience that I'm undergoing with similar things. I have a one-year professorship at an art school that has a very entrenched way of operating. And within that art school, since I'm only there for 1 year, I have a little bit of freedom because why not? There's not a lot to lose. So what we've done is we've used the blockchain to form a DAO,
Right.
a decentralized autonomous organization, and stripped ourselves as co-teachers from a position of power.
Yeah.
And the class has consensus-based education.
Wow.
And the class is called Life is Abundant. So we're taking as a class the stewardship of the Great Lakes on. And so each of the people in the class, and there's 5 faculty people who've elected to take the class, are using the DAO in order to add things they can add into the pedagogy. So for example, somebody added a bibliography of books on the commons. Somebody else added a notebook full of drawings of oak trees. Somebody else added a Discord or a Twitter account. And once the course is over, that DAO, Life is Abundant, can be transferred to anybody who joins it.
Yeah.
So it's a educational model which builds in its own obsolescence but leaves the pedagogy to evolve by the users.
Yeah, I've been looking at a blockchain program called Hilo, but you seem to be maybe a year ahead of me. Yeah.
Only 2 months.
Oh, 2 months. But no, I really do want
This is the last time I'm going to intervene because I
sorry,
have to go
gotcha.
catch my Uber.
Okay.
Again, I really want to thank you. I think I'm sensing a little bit of frustration in the room about what we do next. And over my career, I've been involved in several manifestos. And so maybe after this workshop, somehow we can congeal. That's not a very organic, what would we really recommend? Because we're going to keep doing the things we're trying to do, contributing. But as we said, our institutions have got such, 50 years is quick to change a university teaching program. And so, how do we as a community collectively trigger some change? And obviously one thing is, Newton has got us in the same room at the same time for some reason. So, when I'm on my flight back to
I'm looking for that reason as far as
well, but he,
reasons that you have in mind.
Well, you told me at our first discussion that it's too late. Well, okay, so what are we going to do about it? And so somehow, Tatiana has all our emails. So I think maybe when the dust settles this evening, are there a few provocative things that we could just, as a group, start disseminating? And I'd be happy to publish it, Leonardo, but that wouldn't help. But we're all so convinced. And we're all fighting administrations that are not convinced. And yes, the business model of the university, forget it. So.
Well, maybe we can brainstorm how we can actually publish this as a cohesive
No, but
work.
I think we need a collective intelligence of all the people.
And also we can kind of input the creating kind of a manifesto statement with those contributions, and that will be a volume dedicated to celebrate Helen and Newton and that kind of collective wisdom that we can put together as a publication.
And maybe we could do a follow-on online workshop when the exhibition opens or something.
Yeah, exactly. This is what.
And just try and make something crystallized. That's a non-organic metaphor. What is a good organic metaphor for getting a group of things to do something together?
Yeah.
Germinate. Well, yeah.
And David Haley also concurs online that as a group of creative people can do a lot together. So it's an inspiration.
Our next speaker that I'd like to introduce is Mark Nash. He is a distinguished independent curator, film historian, and filmmaker with a specialization in contemporary fine art moving image practices, avant-garde, and world cinema. He holds a PhD from Middlesex University and an MA from Cambridge University. He's currently professor at the University of California, Santa Cruz, where he founded the Isaac Julian Lab with his partner and collaborator, Isaac Julian. He has taught at Birkbeck College, University of London, at the Whitney Museum Independent Study Program, at New York University, at Singapore's Center for Contemporary Art, and at Harvard University. He's also been the head of department for curating contemporary art at the Royal College of Art in London. Please welcome Mark Nash.
Thanks to Newton and Tatiana for this invitation. I'm honored to be invited and meet with so many friends and colleagues of Newton and Helen. As we were sitting here today, I was thinking about the metaphor of the web of life, and I realized that I'd been carrying around this image of the spider's web with Newton at the center, attracting us all in, because I've been introduced to all the other people in Newton's circle, but I realized that it's actually a networked mycelium that we're really talking about. But anyway, I'm very pleased to be here. I'm also not an expert on eco art. In fact, it's not a term that I really like to use. I'm a bit scared of the prefix eco in some ways, and I'm not so. Until I got to Santa Cruz, I'm not so familiar with the kinds of practices that you're talking about, but having spent these 2 days with you all, I'm really fascinated and keen to know more. So I'm going to read a few thoughts and observations and questions, and at some point you'll cut me off if I go over time. The first one is from the work of art to the workings in the plural of art. I'm going to start with a quotation from cultural theorist Ian Chambers, who's a member of a collective called the Sticks in the Forest by the Side of the Road. This is a collective that came about from the idea of artist Jimmy Durham, and is one of the many group projects invited to Documenta 15 later in the year. Outside the academic shelter of definitions, writes Ian, we encounter the slide from product to process, from an isolated aesthetic value to the collective impulse of ethics. That is, from the work of art to the workings of art. In this movement, he continues, through worldly engagement, we are invited to look and listen again to the sensory materialities that simultaneously sustain while cracking the inherited mold of art. I found this quotation very helpful in characterizing what I see as the importance of Newton and Helen's work. They are indeed outside the academic shelter of definitions, as Ian put it. All their projects sustain collective impulses and invite us to participate and co-author. If it still makes sense to talk of their work as art, then their practice and aesthetics is surely about the workings of art rather than the art object, the work of art in the singular. Simply by being present in the circuit of museums and galleries, the central materiality of their work helps crack open, fragment, the way contemporary art is perceived and experienced. If, as Chambers says, the mission of contemporary art is to unwind, dissipate, and fragment, to destabilize ways of thinking and feeling, then Newton and Helen have been doing this since 1969 to 1970. And I'm basically telling or repeating, I think, the sentiment that's been here for most of the 2 days we've been here. I'm going to say a few words about one of their projects in Documenta 8 as a kind of metaphor. I'm not studying it very deeply at this point, but in 1985, Helen and Newton were invited to participate in Documenta 8, where they presented a project, Castle Works, Documenta 8, 1987. I think we may have a slide for that. This was an intervention in city planning. The project involved a series of proposals for making the city more livable. I apologize, I don't have the full range of slides. We just have the stalk, which I'll come on to in a minute. The project involves a series of proposals for making the city more livable by connecting it to the surrounding landscape, particularly the river. Their proposal involved a bridge over Frankfurter Straße, which separates the town centre from the park and river landscape. As they saw it, the town had turned its back on the river, and they wanted to change that. The orangery where their proposals were being shown was built in the late 17th and early 18th century. It may have been the case that the Hessian aristocracy did not embrace the town planning ideals of the subsequent period, but Newton and Helen were asking different questions. Why, following extensive Allied bombing, the town was reconstructed along such unsympathetic lines? The answer, as Newton tells it, was a legacy of Nazi town planning inherited by the American occupying forces. Why had the stalk, who we see here, a bioindicator of healthy soils, disappeared from the town's rooftops? And as a supplementary question, which comes up in the Force Majeure book, what was Joseph Beuys doing with oak trees? Newton and Helen are both artists and scientists, and most of their projects have been exhibited, as I say, in major art museums and galleries. Most involve scientists, collaborators, and consultants. What I found fascinating, talking with Newton about their Documenta project, is that on the one hand, it didn't matter that the stuffed stork was a different species from that which used to adorn castles' rooftops. This was the artist's poetic license, and I don't know, I imagine you went out to a shop and bought one.
Couldn't find a brown stork.
But where did you get this one from? This is, yeah, I'm not going into the full anecdote, which much of which is in the book anyway, but you found, as I say, you found this convenient solution of a stuffed stork. On the other hand, they were querying Joseph Beuys planting oaks in his 7,000 Oak Trees 1982 project, where I think we have a slide of this now. That's the orangerie where Newton and Helen's project was. Oh no, there we are. 7,000 basalt columns are deposited in front of the Friedrichianum with the aim of planting 7,000 oak trees, each accompanied by a stone marker around the world. They started in Germany, they moved to New York, and I think they are in many continents now. But Newton's objection to this project was not in terms of its status, Joseph Beuys, whatever, but that he'd planted the wrong tree. Newton says that the appropriate species would have been a birch. Beech. Ah, I misunderstood. Well, anyway, I learned something today, beech. Yeah, beech made more sense. I couldn't really quite work out why you were wanting he should have planted birch trees. But anyway, it was the wrong one. But here you were questioning Beuys's poetic license, because the oak tree is an old German symbol, as it happens, adopted by both left and right in the 20th century, present on coinage from the Weimar Republic as well as the 1936 Olympics, whereas I discovered contestants were given a live oak tree in a pot to take away, which connects to Beuys's project, no doubt. Beuys was being ecologically incorrect in the service of layers of meaning in his work, which would accrue in referencing German history from using the oak tree. So this oscillation between ecological and scientific correctness and artistic poetic license, I think, is key to much so-called ecological art. I just say so-called because I'm just, as I say, I'm unhappy with what linguists call marked categories. It's like black art as opposed to art, or eco-art as opposed to art. I prefer to take the qualifier away if I can. What is particular about Newton and Helen is the both and. They think and work both as scientists and artists. and the exposition of projects takes the protocols of visual display appropriate to town planning and architecture. The art audience is not always used to applying such the focused attention which town planning, looking at town plans and stuff, requires. So before the pandemic, I was able to visit Newton on several occasions, and he introduced my class in the Digital Arts and New Media program to his future garden in the UCSC Arboretum, as well as his studio in Delaware Street. And here we see a plan of the future garden, which we photographed in the office of the new director of the garden, who is busily restoring the future garden. He explained to me that I had gone to him and said, I don't quite understand how the plants develop and move, as it were, up climatically in those domes. He said they don't. He said a lot of people got confused by the project and thought that you were actually creating new species or new phenotypes. But actually...
Would that I had the power.
Yeah, I just misunderstood the whole project, and he put me right. And they're looking very beautiful. There we are, the three domes, and we've already talked about them a little bit. So, but these are the old photographs because they've redone the text apparently, Newton. And as I think Newton mentioned, that the future garden also has medicinal plants from the Amamutsan tribe, that the Amamutsan tribe people would have used. And these are the, this is the old unrestored version. There we are. They're all looking a little bit sad. But I thought it was a very inspiring project to make people, as we've been saying, make people think about how the whole vegetation isn't going to have to migrate up to the mountains. So the next topic I wanted to talk about briefly is this business of scalability, which you see here in a way, the way that you isolate a problem, you visualize it, you actualize it, and then you imagine it on a much bigger scale. As I say, this future garden project used 3 reconditioned Buckminster Fuller geodesic domes. It's designed to stress different plant species with contrasting heat and drought, and force plant communities to develop adaptations that would be useful for the coming climatic changes. Well, I got that bit wrong. It's not forcing them, it's just illustrating the fact. But the time span involved, 50 years, immediately challenges the viewer to imagine a future with different communities of plants. This longue durée approach was immediately appealing to me when I first encountered the work. And the other element which was equally appealing and equally important was that of scalability. Many of the projects, like the gardens or the lagoon cycles, can be seen as prototypes for large-scale effective mitigation. And I think the thing that attracted me to Newton's work, when I first met you, Newton, was the fact you're basically saying it's all over. We've just got to move up the mountains and forget, just abandon the shoreline. And I thought, well, that's right. He's actually saying something which we all believe in, but nobody really has the courage to say it. And so ever since then, I've, really admired what he's been doing. So, to the topic of Gregory Bateson, Paul Virilio said in someplace that ecology is the science of the future. We can't do without it. It will stand as the necessary coherence between the economy in the complex sense of the world and economy in the ecological sense of the term. I'm absolutely convinced about that, he said, and so is Felix Guattari. In his book, Felix Guattari borrowed the term ecosophy from Gregory Bateson's Steps to an Ecology of Mind, which was written in 1972, or published in 72 because it was a collection of essays. Now, Felix Guattari defines ecosophy as the necessary articulation between the political and ethical dimension of the environment, social relationships, and subjectivity. A new paradigm of ethico-aesthetics could encompass the three registers of a mental, social, and environmental ecology. This is Guattari's kind of famous trilogy, if you like, the mental, social, and the environmental. Newton, when I discussed this with him, which is why I'm not talking about it as much as I was planning to, made it very clear that he's not very keen on this Bateson Guattari line of thought. He's probably said the same thing to many of you here. Bateson has visited the crab farm project in 1973 as it was being worked on here with a Scripps grant, but wasn't engaged, was rather indifferent. And so you crossed him off your list straight away. And according to Newton, Guattari's use of the triad mental, social, and environmental as an analytic structure is almost as reductive of complexity as that of a binary opposition. I mean, the challenge is that I think Bateson was influenced by cybernetic kinds of thinking and was working with a concept of mind, and Guattari was building on psychoanalytic theory with very different notions of the subject and subjectification. How should we talk today about the production of subjectivity, he asked in 1989. And in a way, a lot of the discussions that we've been having in the last couple of days are about these questions that he was raising, but we haven't been discussing them in a psychoanalytic frame. We've been discussing them more in terms of consciousness, I would say. Guattari anticipates notion of heterogeneous, distributed subjectivities, which form the background to our current experience and thinking. Think of the internet and the mobile phone as an organ, as was mentioned yesterday. All these developments happened after Guattari had died. And the intervening years since this essay was written, we've realized that these first two terms of his triad, environment and social relations, have really merged in the sense that humans have had such effects on the planet that it's difficult to think about environmental ecology without human interference. And this is where the concept of the Anthropocene, or as others would say, the Capitalocene, comes in. Now, in preparation for the conference, when I gave Newton the title of what I thought was going to be my talk, he wrote me a long letter as to why I should reconsider this. I'll just quote you one of the paragraphs. I'm an ecologist. I assert there is either one ecology or an infinity of microecologies that combine to make this one ecology. So what Bateson does and what Guattari does after him appropriates the word ecology and applies it to things that are not living and therefore not ecological. Incredibly confident, aren't we, Newton? I can't imagine saying that, but anyway. Now a multitude have appropriated the term. This is Newton continuing. I'm not entirely sure what to do. Maybe stop using the terms ecology and start using the term web of life, which is in a way what has happened. So Newton is then being very kind and trying to fit the web of life metaphor concept to this trilogy that I'm trying to develop from, or export from Guattari. How about there are three webs of life: the social web of life, the mental web of life, and the environmental web of life? Simply doesn't work. Don't think you can do it. Don't know what I'm advising you, but have a feeling that if you're going to try and defend Guattari's threesome, putting aside Jesus, Mary, and Joseph's threesome, and much later putting aside Freud's threesome, the ego, the superego, and the id. And then it continues for a bit. However, I assure you, in this context, the rest of the evidence, as each species can be understood as its own ecology, is virtually endless, since it's manifested in the many millions of species that live. I think Newton may be right in that the concept of mental ecology is not as helpful as I and others would like it to be. Initially, I saw it as a way of thinking about the psychological resistance to changing human behavior in response of critical social issues such as climate change. But it points us in a much more general direction, away from the specificities of art to the production of subjectivity, which according to the Italian theorist Maurizio Lazzarato represents the primary and perhaps the most important work of capitalism, there is a level of abstractions in these formulations which takes us too far from Newton's work, and indeed the work of art as Ian Chambers formulated it. Successful art projects, such as the Harrisons, manage to change aesthetic and political paradigms or ways of seeing. And in that way, they're already opening out possibilities for change, and they have already made interventions in mental ecology. And if we prefer to think of this in terms of art, so be it. And I mean, that's one of my impressions of the 2 days event here, is that a lot of what we've been talking about, it could be glossed by this term mental ecology. It doesn't really complete the work of those projects, but it starts the work. And finally, a little section on curating. As we're regularly reminded these days, the etymology of the word curating comes from the Latin curare, to care for. It's taken over from other designations, such as keeper. You're familiar probably with the notion of the keeper of the coins or of African art in the British Museum, or the exhibition organizer. These terms were downgraded or abolished when the cult of curatorial personality meant that all other expressions were no longer relevant. This is an aside, but I think the term is also quite unstable, and if artists and scientists were to insist on their own work of organization, design and presentation, then curating would be a remarkably short-lived profession. And this is what I advise the art students in Santa Cruz. I say, curate your own projects, and then you don't need people like me to help you organize it. You have the capacity to do it yourselves. And I was talking with my colleague Vladimir, who's here, about the possibility of expanding the register of curating to its original sense of caring, expanding the register of curating as caring to include hospitality, looking after objects, of course, despite those that have been stolen or looted in one way or another, but looking after them in museums and galleries, but also looking after the visitors, structuring their engagement, caring for those connected functions, are all part of, I would say, an expanded notion of curating. And again, so much of what I've heard in the last 2 days is exactly about that process of an expanded notion of curating as forms of care. And as we repeat, I'm not sure, I missed the beginning, so I'm not sure whether there was a land acknowledgement, but in any event, in California, we repeat ritually land acknowledgements before the beginning of the terms, classes, and so on, concerning the appropriation of First Nations land. We should also include the notion of curating as looking after the land, or rather respecting those who do. There are different ways this expanded notion of curating can be explored across the Harrisons project. And the artistic director of this exhibition, Documenta 15, that I mentioned at the beginning, have developed a collaborative approach to exhibition making based on the Indonesian term for a rice barn, the lumbung. And their curatorial approach aims at a collaborative model of resource use, economically, but also in terms of ideas, knowledge, programs, and innovation. I'm not sure whether we have that as yes, that's a project that I'm involved in together with my colleague Vladimir, where it's called Platform 6, and there's a conversation between the directors and co-curators of Documenta 15 with myself and other members of the team of Documentary 11, which was in 2002. It's another conversation, but this is a very detailed platform with documents from this 2002 exhibition, which was really the beginnings of discussions of art and globalization. But the Documenta 15 group, let's see if there's another slide after this. Should we just check? Was that it? Oh no, that's okay. That's fine. All right, so This curatorial approach of this exhibition aims for a collaborative model of resource use, as I mentioned. Different contributions are harvested, that is stored both literally and metaphorically in the Fridericianum in Kassel city centre. So the text contribution is going to be presented in the museum, but they're using the term harvesting rather than exhibitioning or exhibition presentation. Sorry, getting a bit dyslexic here. And I was going to segue from that to say that harvesting was already a key concept in Helen and Newton's early works, such as the portable fish farm piece that you're seeing here at the Hayward Gallery in 1971. And I'm intrigued by the 50-year passage of time which has brought some of these ideas back into focus. I'm also kind of intrigued because I was just starting out as a film, I don't know, cinephile, whatever I was when I was a teenager, an old teenager in London. And I somehow missed your work, Newton, in that time, so it had to wait almost 50 years to come to Santa Cruz. Anyway, so I understand that there'll be an exhibition of your work, and Tatiana's told you a little bit more about that. What was I going to say about that? Yep. And I think all I was going to say about the exhibition was I'd be really curious as to the choices you make when you choose both the works and how to show them, because this how of exhibition making is tricky. How do you get an audience to share the excitement of ecological research and experiment, as well as absorb all the material and the data that's being presented? And you've got these fantastic strategies of these big maps, interactive maps, being able to play games and so on those. But I think that's going to be a really interesting challenge. And to repeat what one of the other speakers said, the Force Majeure book itself is a fantastic exhibition. Books can be exhibitions, and I think it can hardly be bettered in its deployment of image and text. And it's really also a catalogue raisonné, the extensive visual material, lots of photographs, and also maps. So again, that's going to be a challenge for Tatiana because somebody's already done the exhibition. It's just in book form. So you now have to undo that. Or, I mean, you could take a leaf out of, was it Catherine David, one of the curators in Venice, took the whole book and used it as wallpaper, so you have the whole, you can walk around and read the whole book in one space. Anyway, you can easily feel overwhelmed by the amount of information that's presented in some of the work. And how could we simplify this? As I say, one way is subjective narratives which move the project along the pages, which Newton and Helen have this through the poetry and the anecdotal, hubristic written text, which has the effective register of an intimate conversation. And in exhibition terms, perhaps this might be translated into speech. Newton is an incisive speaker, and maybe a focus on theatricality might enable viewers and participants to go deeper. So my suggestion, Newton, is that you record some of those texts that go with the exhibition, and then when people come to the exhibition, they hear you explaining.
I think you're right.
And if you do it all in advance, you don't even have to spend that much time there. But obviously there's a challenge of technology, but that can be solved if the Getty money is involved, then I'm sure they can have wireless headphones and things like that. I mean, it's an interesting challenge how to crack open, to use that phrase, the exhibition to facilitate different forms of knowledge and subjectivity. How, you know, yeah, no, I've more or less finished now. Yeah,
that's nobody we could find would stay in front of a work of art more than 2-3 minutes. And that was a big deal. And so we had to shorten our text as we got along that you could read it in 2 minutes. And we even found that was hard. And we got thunked by critics like you for repeatedly. And so what we sometimes did was write a sentence above each work that explained it, so you could read 10 sentences and get the whole show in a second, and then go deeper if you were interested. So these are really the word image problem that you pointed out, and it showed up in conceptual art and art language and all those people.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And it's very, very difficult to cope with. On the one hand, the image doesn't carry enough information. On the other hand, if you dump too much information on the image, they fall in upon each other. Yeah. And so a hell of a lot of work and energy went into resolving it, and we never did. We only partially resolved.
But I mean, what's clear to me after these 2 days is that's part of your aesthetic practice, your use of montage, the way you're using drawings and photographs. And once you get the feel of that, then you can get an idea of what a work is about without necessarily needing to read all the text. But of course, a lot of artists, especially people working in this area, have moved to moving image and video so that you could imagine a version of your exhibitions with a video for each work.
Actually, appreciate your taking on the question of curation. Yes, because this is something that we'll be thinking about, and I would love to follow up with you and talk about this more. Because it's absolutely one of the most important questions, how to exhibit ecological art. We haven't raised this question in discussion, but this is absolutely crucial because the traditional exhibiting practices focusing on the object, and the audience expects a certain kind of presentation, and so the audience is not well prepared to experience ecological art. So how do we actually change even curation practice that concerns ecological art? I think this is a very interesting conversation, just like a separate, almost a conference to have, exhibiting ecological.
A
conversation, yes, absolutely. But thank you so much for raising this question today. And we'll have, in the end, very discussion, but I would like to move on with our next presenter, is Pinar Yildiz.
Are you finished? Yep, I had almost gotten to the end, so that's fine. You had the last word, which is great.
Listening to the web of life. Thank you, Tatiana, for this beautiful name. Listen. If you listen here in this site, that's my screensaver, my virtual background. You'll hear birds, and you'll hear trains, and you'll hear cars, and you'll often hear desperation of the unhoused community that lives in the infrastructure corridor of the LA River and other infrastructure corridors in the arid lands of the Greater West. Bending the River is an infrastructural artwork. It aims to redirect that low flow channel that you see on this image, the low flow channel that even after months and months of no rain has water in it from all of the things that we use municipal water for. Cleaning our roads, cleaning our yards, watering our lawns. It all flows out to sea. Bending the River asks the question, wouldn't it be good if instead we could redirect just a small portion of the low flow channel of this river, lift it on the power of the water's movement itself, move it through a native wetland on this site here, the one that you see the triangles on, which are actually triangles lifted out of the river, before reconnecting it to its floodplain, currently the Los Angeles State Historic Park, a park that I have that I've spent a large part of my practice cultivating. In 2005, I was able to clean it up with the performative action of growing corn on all 32 acres of brownfield. And that catalyzed the park into being. When I did not a cornfield, I would go down to the river here with a red truck and fill it up with water. And then I found out that that wasn't permitted. And I couldn't understand why. Why would it be that water that would normally just go out to sea couldn't be used to clean up the park? And Bending the River is about thinking about this kind of common sense. And the 69 federal, state, and local permits that I've had to get in order to be in construction with this project. It shouldn't be that difficult. I had no idea that doing something that just seemed so logical of taking water that is a waste product and connecting it to land that desperately needs to be re-energized, regenerated would be such a difficult thing to do. But it is. And it makes one think, as an environmental artist, that maybe part of our job is to persevere through these permitting processes in order to create new stories and new cultures of care. I'm so glad that we were able to finally get into the river, because it was only by lifting these triangles that you see behind my head that we discovered a river underneath the river. That not the treated wastewater, but the water table itself is flowing under this large area of concrete that we call a river, but is actually a flood control measure. But underneath that river is another river. And that river has floodplain there. And that floodplain is a miraculous organism. It's capable of sequestering carbon and giving off oxygen as if it were an old growth forest. Let me show you. This cut that you see here is a cut created by the removal of those triangles. Isn't it beautiful? Imagine my surprise when lifting those triangles in that brutal environment, what I found was this pure water. So what you're seeing here is this red line, and the yellow box is Metabolic Studio. That's my studio building that you saw as my virtual background right here. And this is the way that the watershed once looked. The red dot is where this water is. And this red dot shows all of the natural rivers and streams that flow from the mountains that would have regularly flooded this whole basin here. So this whole basin, this Los Angeles water basin, would have been an incredibly fertile zone carrying food, medicine for the pre-colonial people who lived here, as well as the animals and the fish that would have made this place abundant. So I'll show you a little bit of video about this project. Thank you so much for allowing me to contribute to this conference. Thank you for allowing me to share this public work with you.
You know what?
What?
around 1987, I found a map of the whole LA Basin river system, and 90% of it was in concrete. In the book, I think I have that map, and I'd like you to refer to it.
Okay.
Because it invisibly tells the shocking story.
Is it connected to your Hahomunga project?
Yes.
Yeah, I know that map.
Okay, it's grayish, and
Yeah.
well, I suggest that map. No, by now it's like 25, 30 years old. By an improved version, a high drama version of that map needs to be there. And now there's another calculation. I can't believe I'm doing this. Another calculation that might be good to make.
Yes.
That takes up that you've just lifted up like a 20 by 50 area of concrete or something like that, right?
It's 7 feet by 300 feet.
That's a big piece.
Yeah.
But this is 1/1000th of 1% of the amount of concrete on our rivers. And the power of this thing is if you can make if you take the map I have and make a more powerful or grown-up version, since it's 30 years old, and then those diamonds, then you have the possibility, not the possibility, by now it's the obligation, to make a narrative that people can get. And the narrative is a word image thing that stuff Helen and I struggled with all those years. But here's what strikes me. If I see that map, and then I shrink down to your section of river, then I see the 300 feet lifted up.
Yeah.
Then I see the concrete thing, and then I say there are several million of these Mack trucks of concrete that make our rivers. That tells you a story of culture that has to change.
So this is the red dot here on the right is a picture of where this is taken, right?
Yes.
So your map was clearly articulating this line, all of the water that moves from the Arroyo Seco down to this point. It would have been joined then with the water coming from the artificial watershed here. So this point where the Arroyo Seco meets at this point is an incredibly invisible breadbasket, right? Like, I don't think there's a way to clearly articulate the power in an arid land of this location.
Okay, let me make a second suggestion then.
Yeah.
It poses the question of, can you interface a complex but unpredictable new kind of ecology that we're talking about in several hundred places in the LA Basin, where you find the places to rehab them. And the proposal then is to set up the conditions for a novel floodplain ecosystem to emerge that will not be the floodplain, but it will be the whisper of what it was and the direction it'll have to take. Because ultimately, people will move out, these concrete things will overflow, and all kinds of stuff will happen.
And also there's the other thing, which is that we have less rain, but when we have rain, we have more of it. And we can't recharge the water table with everything sealed.
It's certainly true.
So it's also that added complexity of needing to resource the water. Newton and Helen have been instrumental in helping me understand what this work is a part of, namely the hydraulic water and power grid of the Greater West, and advocating for this being a drop in the bucket, but a realizable, scalable drop.
So Pinar Yildiz is an interdisciplinary designer, artist, researcher. He works, develops within biological sciences and digital technologies through architectural installations, kinetic sculpture, sound, video, and drawing, with a focus on post-humanism, eco-nihilism, Anthropocene, and feminist technoscience. Pinar received multiple awards. I'm not going to list them right now. And she is associate professor at the Department of Visual Arts at UCSD. So welcome, Pinar.
It's a pleasure to be in your presence, Newton. We met maybe 3 years ago when I first got hired. But this is just such a delightful event. Tatiana, thank you so much for organizing it here. Also, what a wonderful venue. As I'm talking about the ocean, I'll get to see the ocean. So today, what I want to talk about is just one project that I recently finished. The reason I chose this project is I think I'm still kind of thinking about it. It's titled Hollow Ocean 2048. Oh, who am I? You did the introduction. I'm Dr. Pinar Yildiz, as Tatiana introduced. I'm trained as an architect. So this is going to be an architectural installation. Among many things, I started my undergraduate degree as an architecture major, and my father is an architect. We're a family of architects, so that's what I grew in. So space and how we command it is very important for me, especially back to the question of how to curate environmental art. So this is going to be about that. Let's see. Oh, no. Okay, there's a cursor. I think we're cheating. I press, but you click? Okay. Oh, okay. So shall I just do click, click, click instead? Will it be faster? Am I controlling this? Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm going to go back. Let's kill these for a moment. My journey into ecological art, and especially working with oceans, it's a long journey. Not as long as Newton's, probably, but pretty long. I'll say 4 decades. I started drawing very early on. I have this funny background story where I was a child prodigy in Turkey in the 80s. And I had my first solo exhibition when I was 5. That was the peak of my career, really. But the very first thing that my mom kept that I drew as kind of a, drunk 1.5-year-old was a fish. And she showed it to my dad, and she was like, she's drawing fish. Is this normal? And him being a drawer himself, he was like, yeah, let her draw whatever she wishes. So that's what I did. But thinking back to that story, I didn't have like a very, how to say it, I didn't grow up in a very affluent neighborhood. Like our house wasn't in a sea resort. It was in the middle of Bodrum, the center of Bodrum, which is an ancient city, Karyan. And it was just a public beach. Parents didn't have money to take me to a private place. But at that point in time, in the public beach, if you just release your, toddler, what they're going to see is the silver-backed baby fish, or we call it chupra. There are different names for it. But there was plenty of this. And I remember this, not the very first memory where I inscribed on paper, but just going back there again and again. And every summer, we would catch all kinds of things with our, plastic sandboxes, etc., just to watch them and release them. Now, over the years, as I grew up, of course, I started this career, I would say, 4 decades ago. So I'm not going to go through the whole 4 decades of the ocean art I've made, but there were disruptions like education, finding a job, falling in love, that kind of stuff. But when I come back to this project, I can also see that there was a trajectory of me witnessing how these ecosystems were kind of changing, transforming, but not for the best. And I witnessed this very much in my, basically, hometown, which is very close to the Aegean. And this summer, as I was working on this project, this was for Venice Architecture Biennial. I'm totally not following a linear narrative here. But as I was working for this project, I was going to title it Hollow Ocean anyways, because that was the concept I had. But I was also saddened by the fact that the Marmara Sea, I don't know if you've heard about this, which is, Istanbul is right there, and there's the Marmara Sea, and there are all these other cities. It's kind of an inner sea. It died. The sea literally, marine life literally died, and it started creating this biofilm. I think it's called sumelage. I don't know the English name for it. And it was this tons of goo and fish dying. Of course, the locals were upset. And people were really like, oh, is the sea dying? Like, there were rumors. Some people were like, no, it's just like a natural thing, which is definitely not. But then it was a news cycle in Turkey, and then, bam, a month later, that news was replaced with wildfires, which also burned the entire coast, and I was in the middle of it. But I'm going to come back to the oceans. So it was kind of like coming back to this in the Pacific Ocean and just looking at how I started by drawing fish. It kind of all makes a lot of sense to me, because I'm not someone who picked up the ocean as like out of curiosity. That was really a formative element for me as I grew up. And it's really, some of the things I want to show have been pissing me off for a long time. For instance, images like this. This is from Denmark, the Faroe Islands. I think the entire audience here knows this. This is just a random image, but I find a lot of manta rays like this. This is an image from, I think, like an older one where there was a ridiculous headline for this, so I picked it. This is these trainers doing things they shouldn't be doing, probably. And this is from art, Damien Hirst. So I think some of you know this. And this last one, do I also have a laser painter? Oh, yeah, wow, look at this. So when I saw this, I was, again, very young, first year in architecture school, and I read that this artist, paid someone to kill a shark and put it in this formaldehyde box. And it was such a big deal. It was like a big success. He was nominated for the Turner Prize. But to me, I just couldn't make sense of this. I was like, what kind of art is this? And I still think that way, and Hearst keeps killing sharks. So this is another image. This happened when I was in Istanbul. Another thing where I couldn't wrap my head around this, like, why would you shoot a dolphin? I can't defend the mental health of Turkish people, especially after what happened to them in the last 2 decades under Erdogan's regime. Everybody's a little crazy. But this, it's just like the next level. And other things like this, where, if you look back, how titles, newspaper titles are written, and I'm not going to go into like all this shark movies, that kind of stuff. I'm not going to go into that. But when I, on a normal day, this is kind of the images I Google for. So another thing is, it's just so common and it happens so often. But it is cultural appropriation of violence against marine life. I just hope that there'll be a day, summer, where we will wake up and it will be like Black Lives Matter, and we will have this paradigm shift. This happens all the time. Baby dolphins, people pick them up for some reason, and then they die. I read at least 3 or 4 headlines last summer. One happened in Germany, made me question the German culture again. This is another well-known phenomenon. I think it's called a ship strike. But when I was, again, looking for, there was a project I worked on where I wanted to count, how many whales were dying, and I wanted to convert that to human equivalent of it by comparing the population. So I was collecting a lot of images for like this. And another thing I noticed was that when you Google this, Google makes you suggestions when you're looking for something. The suggestions would be, which whale struck a ship? So it was more about how many whales attacked ships and that kind of stuff. So I'm going to just move on. This actually is super serious for the project I'm going to talk about. This paper is from 2006 by Boris Worm. And I came across this. I had started working on this project in 2019 when they commissioned me. The biennial would be in 2020, back then, before COVID. I had been invited because I had designed an ecosystem of plastics before called an ecosystem of excess. And they knew about this work, so they invited me. The topic would be, how will we live together? And I immediately decided I should do more serious research, so I started looking at fisheries, fish populations. I wanted to kind of move away from plastics a little bit and focus on marine life and cultural appropriation of violence against marine life. And the paper basically claims that by about 2048, there will be no fish left. And in the scientific words, impacts of biodiversity loss is going to be so great that we won't have much sea life left. And there is an update on this. There's a lot of conversation around this, so I'm not going to get too much into this. But even when a scientific finding like this is translated into more public speak, and this is National Geographic, it's not the Mirror, right? It becomes biodiversity, the word becomes a shorthand for seafood. And I know there are people who really criticize the word seafood itself, like what does it mean, right? So this is, again, I think, an example of cultural appropriation of violence against marine life. Oh, I don't have the laptop here, so I use this. So all of these got me thinking, and I decided to make an immersive installation, kind of like following these questions. Do humans belong in the ocean? Do humans belong in the nature any longer? I was asking these just, out of curiosity, nothing judgmental, but I started to realize that there's this this really connects to my background as an architect. This kind of fatal anthropocentrism that happens to us, and we can't really help it. It's catalyzed by our culture of consumerism, but many other factors. It's not just that. One of which is we spend most of our lives and most of our experiences are in built environments. So in the States, 90% of our time is spent in the interiors, 10% exteriors. I came across this while I was doing research on air pollution, but it's true. So we're kind of in boxes, in cars, we're in, human-made, man-made environments. So that really shapes how we think. And another thing is our connection with how we get our food is broken. I know I'm, speaking to the choir or something, but I'm going to make a point, hopefully, and it will be a good point. Especially after COVID, now more people are growing things, but basically cherry tomatoes. It's not going to be your entire grocery shopping list. So you're like, oh, I'm gardening, and I have tomatoes and I have my rosemary, but you couldn't grow a cucumber because it's more difficult to grow a cucumber, right? So you still go to Whole Foods or wherever you go to buy the rest of it. So yes, these are maybe good numbers, but still not enough. We are not connected to our food at all, let alone seafood. And again, another thing is, we are so dependent on, a very quick turnaround of objects. They come in and they go out. They come in and they go out, and we are behaviorally accustomed to this. So just thinking about all of these and how, it might be very hard for us now to actually really imagine the oceans, because it's click. Did it work? Okay. Click. Okay. So it might be very difficult for us to actually really comprehend or conceive these experiences because, you know, we talk about ocean plastics, and again, I'm traveling. I gave so many talks about ocean plastics, went to all kinds of cities and towns for this. Some people live right by the ocean like us, some people don't, so there's a connection, but then there's a global impact on it, so it's something that concerns everyone. But for this installation, I just kind of wanted to do something very experiential and spatial. And in architecture, we think about something called event. Like the event guides the space, the function guides the space. So the event for me was basically the destruction of ocean or the death of the ocean. So I had to think, though, in a more analytical way. I wanted to highlight the causes behind this because I know them, you know them, but not everybody actually knows them. First off, there is a lack of awareness, like even acidification, something so simple. Right? People don't think about it. And even that thought to reach my brain, who is already kind of inclined towards these subjects, it took 25, 30 years. So I wanted to inform people in a more direct way. And I grouped, you know, the things, I'm so bad with this, sorry guys. As additive and subtractive causes. And in additive causes, there's like literally things we add to the ocean, literally, right? And subtractive, I might be missing some things, and this is a very well-educated crowd, so if you want to add to my list, yeah. You can also use this to text it right now. Subtractive is also pretty awful, apparent, but the subtraction of marine life was really what I was going for, because I don't know if there's going to be any other ecosystem like the, for instance, North subtropical gyre. Once we lose these, we won't, you know, be able to rebuild them, even if people are trying to bring back the woolly mammoth and something. It's not going to be easy to fix these ecosystems. So the first piece, based on that kind of chart, was I called it Staircase to Heaven. And these are some initial designs. I wanted to have a map on the floor, and I wanted people to just walk around and go to these different, you know, what are they? Water columns, and each column would talk about the subject. But as they walked, I wanted them to look at the floor and read where they're going. And I wanted to locate the issues to where they were most felt, where they were most how to say it, extreme. And, but of course, you know, even someone like me who's been working on these topics for, I don't know, I think more than a decade now, I thought that we should put, you know, Earth-centric this map on the floor. So this is what we did for our first, you know, renderings, Earth-centric. And then after some conversations, we found a map, an ocean-centric map. And we basically use this as our starting point. Okay. Click. Click. Oh, this way?
Toward the computer. Towards the computer, it's over there.
Where is the computer? Oh my God. Okay. I wanted to, I'm totally blanking on the, there's interference in my brain. I want to call it Ebbinghaus, but this is an inventor who came up with many other things. The first ocean-centric map they did. And then what we did with my team, I had 3 architects working with me at that point. We used this as a basis to visually represent bottom trawling. So as you walked on the map, you would also see parts of the seafloor, which was, you know, subject to bottom trawling every year. And that is also a very serious problem because it's like, you know, bulldozers or big construction machines kind of like, you know, destroying everything. Is this the spinning wheel of the doom? Oh no, maybe we restart and I'll fill in the gaps. I'll keep telling you, and then I'll show the pictures. So staircase to heaven was basically a simple staircase that had stairs, 10 stairs, each of which was labeled after a decade. It started with 2021, went up to 2031, up to 41, 51, 61, until 2101, I think, was the staircase. But what I wanted to do was that I wanted to use the staircase and the height of the staircase to talk about sea level rise and CO2 emissions. So each step is parallel to the estimate, or for 2021 we already had the data, sea level rise. So the first step was easy. But as you went up, it became more difficult to climb up. And towards the top, you wouldn't be able to climb if you weren't like a very tall person. So that was Staircase to Heaven. And the funny thing is, it worked well. It was my first spiral staircase, which was built successfully. But then we installed it, and it took a huge chunk of my budget. But then we brought it to Venice, and the Venetians, the Italians were like, no, we have regulations. If the steps are different, we won't allow anyone to climb it. And I'm like, what? That's the whole point. It's an artwork that's climbable, but no one could climb it. So it remains as a theoretical piece. Now, the second piece in the project was, I'm just gonna talk, sorry, you'll just have to watch me in my shiny leggings. I'll just get some shine and move. The second column was basically about acidification. And for that one, we worked with, again, a ton of papers, but I decided that we should maybe have a visualization again, like projecting to the future. So again, starts with 2021, etc. It was a graph of, acidification levels or acidity levels with the projected impact on barnacles, because we found some mathematical models of how barnacles decay under different acidity levels. So I 3D printed them. We 3D printed them with my team. So we had a matrix of this. In the other column. The third column was called the Dark Ocean, and for that one we wanted to focus on oil extraction and oil mining. Again, I wanted to do a visualization to show how much time passes to make just one drop of oil. So what am I trying to say? All I'm trying to say is that if we think about the time stamp, or how much time is required to make one drop of oil, how much life goes into it, in terms of biomass and geological time, it's actually a pretty precious, almost spiritual thing. So I wanted to convey that by releasing it in tiny drops, and you could watch these drops kind of go up. But also each drop was, a representative of how much oil was extracted from the ocean. So they kept coming, and over time that tank got very, very dirty, actually. The third one was about ghost nets and overfishing. So we remember there's already something on the floor about overfishing. And for ghost nets, I actually contacted someone here at NOAA. I'm not going to reveal a name. And I said, hey, I want a used ghost net for my installation in Venice. If there's a budget required, please let me know. And then the conversation went south. They just didn't want to work on it. So I had to find a ghost net again from Marmara. That was like 2020. We acquired one around Istanbul. And, okay. Do I have to do something, or can we play now? Okay. And I put the ghost, we used the ghost net in the tank, but around the ghost net, again, a data visualization, 12 species that are often caught in these ghost nets that definitely don't belong there. And we took their backbones, 3D printed them, meaning we took models of their backbones, 3D printed them to make one backbone of all the species. it kind of looked cool and beautiful because it was also about like evolution, and I personally liked it. Can I now play this? No?
Not yet.
Okay. I'm almost done anyways. What was the fourth one? Plastic ocean. For that one, because I've been working on plastics for a decade at that point, I wanted to focus on one player, which is the Laysan albatross. And you're all familiar with Chris Jordan's photography and how Laysan albatross chicks kind of the death, the decay, the fusion of nature and culture that happens in their digestive tract, how this became kind of a poster child for the anti-plastics movement. So, oh no, we regressed, or are we making progress? Because I'd like to show a couple videos before my time is up. Okay. I really want to get your feedback, and I want you to see this because, you know, in Venice, the opening was weird because it happened during COVID. They had curfew, people didn't come, which made me question, you know, this entire event. Why did it even have to happen like that? Okay, I think I'm just going to, it is going to be me, guys. So imagine water column, blue, and the fifth one was an oversized Laysan albatross skeleton. Oh, it's back again. Maybe we can just go down to these and not play with anything, and that could work. Or if it doesn't work, it's fine. While installing it, the skeleton broke. And I think that was the closest I got to having a heart attack. So we were installing it. You'll see the columns. It was made out of PLA, different types of PLA. We were installing it from the top, and my assistant was at the top, and he did something, and it just hit the wall of the column, and it just crashed into water, slow-mo, because water was applying a lot of, you know, there's buoyancy since it's a deep tank. And I'm just watching there, and I'm like, I think I'm having a heart attack. And then I turned back. I had 3 architects. They're all eating chocolates very nervously. I'm like, why are you guys eating chocolate? Apparently, when the thing broke, someone, you know, gave them chocolate, and they were just eating chocolate. So that was funny, but sad. And we fixed it. Oh, this is not, I can't. We fixed it in about 35 minutes. I can't control this. Can we just go to maybe the last slide? Okay. Oh, this is sad. All right. There goes my last 2 nights of cutting films, etc. But to sum up, I know, such is academic life. To sum up, the 5th one was we have dark ocean, plastic ocean, acidification, staircase. I'm blanking on the 5th one now. I think I already talked about all of them. We talked about ghost nets, we talked about oil, we talked about plastic pollution, we talked about sea level rise, right, and acidification. So that's actually 5. And to end this, I don't know how much time I have. Maybe 2 more minutes, according. 2 more minutes. Yeah. To end this interesting visual presentation. It was a very difficult installation to make. I had to use my own personal funds when we fell short on money. There were so many difficulties shipping it to Venice and taking it out of Venice, also because Venice's topology, the urban structure doesn't help. Canals, there's nothing you can get in there. Oh, there it is. Seriously? You were planning this, weren't you? You were planning this. Maybe this is how I should present it from this point on, get the full effect. But I really started to think, the immersive quality and the architectural scale is very important, but why is it so damn difficult to fund an installation that's actually so very cheaply made? Because we use all upcycled materials. I found those cylinders by calling all kinds of, plastic suppliers myself. We chose our dimensions based on what was left in there. They were just going to trash these things. And I'm still having so much difficulty circulating it or showing it. which demonstrates to me that, we are still definitely not in that woke moment in terms of cultural appropriation of violence against marine life. But we are also thinking of ecological art as a niche. Although, according to me, this is what all artists should do. If they want to do other things like expressing themselves, nudes, anything, they can do it. But I think everybody at this point, any cultural creator has to spend at least 20% of their time, 25% of their time thinking about these things so that we have the right language to communicate them. And it upsets me that as someone who has, made this decision very early on, that even installations like Newton's here, forget about this one, I can probably find another location to show this, fine. But why is this still even like a problem? We should be way beyond this point, according to me. So that's how I want to end. And there was also, maybe we're not going to do any more slides. If you want to read more about the project, because I wrote extensively on each chapter, I call these columns chapters, and I was thinking about a kelp forest. Again, budget limitations, but my idea was that you could walk around them and you would at least get the depth of ocean, because that's what is very challenging for us land-based animals. And yeah, thank you so much.
So our final presentation is by Fauna Foreman and Teddy Cruz, who are not here with us, but they pre-recorded this video for us of their talk. And Fauna Foreman is Associate Professor of Political Science and Founding Director of the Center of Global Justice at University of California, San Diego. And she is known internationally for her revisionist research on Adam Smith, recuperating the ethical, spatial, and public dimensions of his thoughts. And Teddy Cruz is a professor of public culture and urbanism and visual arts department, UCSD, director of urban research, UCSD Center on Global Justice. And he is also known internationally for his urban and architectural research on Tijuana-San Diego border, advancing border immigrant neighborhoods as sites of cultural productions from which he rethinks urban policy, affordable housing, and civic infrastructure.
So we'd like to share our research-based practice embedded here at the San Diego-Tijuana border. We see this zone as a microcosm of all of the injustices and indignities faced by vulnerable people across the globe. Political violence, climate disruption, accelerating migration, rising nationalism, border building everywhere, deepening inequality, and the steady decay of public thinking. We live and work a few miles from the child detention centers that will forever stain this period of American history. San Diego-Tijuana has become a lightning rod for American nativism. And although the news cameras are gone, tens of thousands of Central American migrants wait at the wall for asylum that never comes, reviled by the Mexican public as a nuisance, an infestation, or else they sit in U.S. detention centers as tools of deterrence, separated until recently from their children and exposed to a raging pandemic. It has been particularly devastating in recent years to witness the emotional impact on children, their fear, and the inevitable psychic internalization of being socially and morally marginalized. Hopefully, there's relief on the horizon. It remains to be seen. But the prospect of more border porosity in the coming period is drawing even more people north. And climate change will inevitably accelerate these flows in the years to come. A recent United Nations survey found that 72% of arriving migrants at our southern border are agricultural workers, and identified agricultural instability as a major factor in their decision to walk north. So global injustice is an intensely local thing here. Now, against these local atrocities, border communities and activists on both sides of the wall continue to confront and productively circumvent unjust power. Some of this contestation is about sanctuary and protecting people targeted by the state. Some of it is working through the courts and detention centers and other institutions of power to advocate for people who are ensnared in the net of political violence. Some of it takes the shape of bottom-up civic agency that exposes and counters unjust power, confronts hateful political narratives, and transgresses boundaries. Much of it arises informally through everyday collective practices of adaptation and resilience in conditions of scarcity and danger. Over the years, we have accompanied some of these bottom-up emancipatory transgressions and eruptions of democratic will in close partnership with agencies at the front lines. In recent years, these struggles have also attracted artists and cultural producers from around the world to engage in acts of performative protest. But we've been largely critical of this uptick of ephemeral cultural actions that sort of dip in and out of the conflict. They tend to be extractive in their processes and their impacts on public consciousness as fleeting as the Instagram posts that they generate. What happens the day after, right, the happening? Instead, we've been advocating for a longer view of resistance, a more systemic approach to the drivers of injustice, and more strategic thinking about cultural, institutional, and spatial transformation in the border region. These commitments have culminated in a project that we would like to share with you today, the UCSD Community Stations, a network of public spaces located in vulnerable neighborhoods across the border region, where universities and communities meet to share knowledges and resources and collaborate on research, dialogue, cultural, environmental, educational, and urban design build projects in the city. The community stations are really the field-based social engagement arm of our research-based design lab inside the university. We localize the global in our work. We've always resisted the idea that global justice is something that happens out there somewhere, out in the world. Living and working where we do, we don't need to send our students far away to learn about territorial conflict, migration, poverty, and climate justice. We are minutes away from an international border in crisis, and this enables an amazing proximity between campus and field, between theory and practice, what we like to think of as a critical proximity. Of course, going local here means recognizing ourselves as a region, a site of interdependence. Despite the wall and the ugly political rhetoric designed to divide us, we are a binational ecologies of flows and circulation, and our future here is intertwined. Air, water, waste, health, culture, money, hope, justice. These things don't stop at walls. Through the community stations, we are committed to building a cross-border citizenship culture, a sense of belonging that is defined not by the nation state or the documents you carry in your pocket, but by the shared interests and aspirations among people who inhabit a violently disrupted civic space. Those who benefit from narratives of separation and mistrust prefer that we remain a fragmented public here, that the idea of citizenship divides us rather than unites us. We seek to inspire more inclusive imaginaries of coexistence and cross-border citizenship in this contested territory. To rethink public space as a site for constructing a new civic imagination is the challenge here. We reject conventional strategies of urban beautification and innovation that turn our public spaces into sites of leisure and consumption. We believe public space must become civicized, to use James Tully's beautiful concept, a site of dialogue and contestation, and infused with resources and tools to increase public knowledge and community capacity for political and environmental action.
So for us, urban ecological justice is a distributive concept, requiring not only the redistribution of resources, but also the redistribution of knowledges. We designed this reciprocal knowledge infrastructure as both a collaborative education platform and a model of shared urban intervention. We claimed that the economic and programmatic power of our public university can be leveraged for communities to develop their own public spaces and social housing. As a distributed system of public spaces transgressing the wall, the community stations specialize social justice, mobilizing cross-border citizenship through cultural action. With our community partners, we have co-developed 4 community stations, 2 in San Diego and 2 in Tijuana. We'll take you from north to south. The UCSD Earth Lab Community Station is a partnership with Groundwork San Diego, an environmental justice nonprofit located in the low-income, primarily Black and Latinx neighborhood of Encanto, a community characterized by high unemployment, low educational attainment, food insecurity, and cyclical poverty. The station occupies a 4-acre vacant parcel owned by the San Diego Unified School District, who granted the parcel to our partnership to increase educational capacity for the 8 public schools within walking distance of the site. This access to municipal land gave us leverage to assemble an unprecedented and unique cross-sector collaboration between a major research university, a local school district, and a grassroots organization to co-develop public space, placing education at the center of community development. Before COVID-19 hit, 3,000 kids and their families circulated through the Earth Lab each year, and during the current transition, it continues to operate as an outdoor, socially distanced classroom. With our community partners and local school teachers, we are designing an experiential environmental pedagogical method to open doors for local youth to see themselves reflected in the environment, understanding that the care for nature should resemble the care for each other and their community. We proposed new interfaces between indoor and outdoor academic and experiential education to advance creative intersections between science, the arts, humanities, and socio-emotional learning, all mobilized through restorative practices, linking social and environmental empathy as catalyst for a new ecological imagination defined by interdependence, empathy, and coexistence. The UCSD Earth Lab Environmental Experiential Method will be supported by an integrated ecology of spaces for climate education. The school district has committed capital monies towards a more refined physical resolution of the site for what has become or has been so far a largely informal effort, while UCSD, our public university, will invest in sustainable educational programming, research and management, in collaboration with Groundwork San Diego, our community partners, who will steward community participation. Pedagogic zones at the site will be focused on habitat restoration through energy, water, food, and community programs, all wrapped by indigenous Kumeyaay knowledges and environmental practices. Ultimately, the UCSD Earth Lab Community Station will perform as an open-air climate action park designed for environmental education and climate justice. And now the school district has committed school bond funding for a new climate action design building to anchor the site and as a pilot for post-COVID porosity in classroom design. This station will break ground in 2023. Moving south, the UCSD Casa Community Station is a partnership with the nonprofit Casa Familia, a 30-year-old community-based social service organization. It is located in the border neighborhood of San Isidro, site of the busiest land crossing in the Western Hemisphere. The community is 90% Latinx and has one of the largest unemployment rates, lowest median household income, and worst air quality in San Diego County. The heart of this community station is a beloved historic church that sat for decades in disrepair and which we were able to rescue through this project with our partners. With the adaptive reuse of this historic building as a catalyst, we designed the UCSD Casa Community Station as a double project. A parcel-sized social infrastructure made of spaces for cultural and economic activity is flanked by social housing. We renovated the historic church into a community theater without an outdoor stage This performance space is flanked on one side by a series of small accessory buildings for Casa Familiar social programming, and on the other side by an open-air civic classroom pavilion. This social, educational, and cultural infrastructure anchors 10 units of social housing at both ends of the parcel, all mediated by pedestrian walkways. We completed construction of this station in February, just before COVID-19 hit, and the residents moved in. It continues to be sort of locked down for now, but it is now a site obviously built for social proximity, and we are now beginning to program these environments with our partners. But what is important to mention here is that affordable housing takes a different meaning when it is deliberately threaded into spaces for social programming, summoning residents to participate in the development of local economy and cultural production, synergizing spaces, programs, resources, and people. This is an integrated socio-spatial system that is programmed between university and community. So let's imagine a small coalition of local artists, promotoras, activists, and neighborhood youth collaborating with university curators, theater script writers, and visual artists who come together periodically to co-produce a play that explores an urgent issue facing the community, enacted by local youth in the community theater. These artistic productions are rooted in neighborhood stories and become bottom-up evidentiary material to increase public knowledge and policy transformation. Take, for example, a project about air quality led a few years ago by an MFA student, Andy Sturm, at this community station. He and our UCSD students were invited to visit the backyard of a San Isidro resident, Guillermo Cornejo, to see his lemon trees. Every lemon in the backyard was coated with black silt produced by tens of thousands of cars idling daily a few blocks away, waiting to cross the border. The lemons became a powerful bottom-up evidence for the community, and with neighborhood youth, we explored the intersection of border policy, community health, storytelling, and activism. Border Lemons visualized power, mobilized community awareness, and open dialogue with agencies that govern air quality policy in the border region. Moving now across the border, our two community stations in Tijuana are located in the Laureles Canyon, an informal settlement adjacent to the border wall. I will take a few moments to describe this incredible context. This location is at an important juncture of conflict. Here, the topography of Tijuana's canyons clash with the border wall before spilling northbound into an environmentally protected estuary in San Diego, which is now layered with security infrastructure. At this hotspot, the conflict between natural and jurisdictional systems and between ecological and political priorities is profound. As we zoomed in further, we witnessed a collision between the estuary in the US, the border wall, and the informality of the Laureles Canyon, which is home to 92,000 people. This aerial video shows Laureles Canyon and the precarious condition of the informal settlement that has sprawled on the slopes. This site sits 30 minutes from our campus and demonstrates the dramatic proximity of wealth and extreme poverty in our region. Laureles Canyon is impacted by dump sites, drastic erosion, flooding, and landslides, and all of this is exacerbated by the dramatic precipitation fluctuations of climate change. Because Laureles Canyon lacks water and waste management infrastructure to mitigate these impacts, most of the trash, along with tons of sediment, flows downstream, ending in the estuary in San Diego, contaminating this bioregional and shared binational asset. Here, the border wall is an artifact of environmental insecurity. These impacts have intensified in recent years because of a profound lack of collaboration between San Diego and Tijuana to manage these cross-border flows. In the last decades, 70% of the open lands in Laureles Canyon have been lost to irregular urban growth. We have been identifying and bundling on squatted lands in the settlement that are still environmentally rescuable to shape an archipelago of conservation. We are advancing an ambitious regional project called the Cross-Border Commons, an environmental conservation initiative that links the estuary in the US with the informal settlement in Mexico, forming a continuous social and ecological envelope that transgresses the wall and protects the environmental systems shared between these two border cities. With our Tijuana-based activist partners, we are curating a coalition of state and municipal agencies, grassroots organizations, and universities on both sides of the wall. And we are now negotiating with the municipality in Tijuana to gain access to the remaining public lands inside this informal settlement. We have been given, in fact, access by Tijuana's municipality recently to the first island as part of this archipelago of conservation to advance the first socio-ecological pilot project. In 2015, the community of Miramar was affected by a landslide on a hillside where 19 homes were destroyed. The landslide fractured this community, disconnecting it from basic services, and as the site was abandoned, it became one more of those dump sites, impacting the entire canyon and ultimately the estuary in San Diego. We are proposing to transform the landslide zone into a new model of regenerative and transitional hydrological space as a pilot for community-led climate adaptability and resilience. The topographic scar left by the landslide on the slope will be transformed into a hydrological promenade, a natural biofiltration channel to transfer and manage the stormwater discharges from the upper part of the basin to the creek below, designed to mitigate the risk of landslides and erosion and the integral management of rainwater, and doubling as an ecological pedagogical walk designed to incorporate the participation of local residents, ensuring ultimately the maintenance and sustainability of the water system in the long term, generating a double concept of public space, in other words, as a green sponge, but also as a node of awareness of the importance of water. This project summarizes an important idea in our work: water as a common good, as a generative tool to summon community appropriation of public space, promoting joint responsibility among neighbors, organizations, universities, and government to promote a new sense of collective ownership of social environmental assets and spaces. With our partners, we began this project just a few weeks ago by convening community brigades to clear the solid waste at the site as illustration of how dump sites can become socio-ecological public spaces across the entire Laureles subbasin. Another important contextual note before we introduce you to one of the Tijuana stations is that this canyon, this informal settlement, has also been the site where we have advanced our research on informal urbanization. As we have written about over many years, the informal settlements of Tijuana are built with the urban waste of San Diego, recycling architectural parts to construct habitation and environmental infrastructure. We have learned a great deal from these incremental building practices as people construct their own shelter in layers over time. In a case study we documented, a metal frame appeared one day to another. In a couple of months, recycled materials began to thread the spaces, and in the next weeks, an informal house emerged. We have also taken note that multinational maquiladoras surrounding these informal settlements typically benefit from easy access to cheap labor. So over the years, we have experimented with factory-made material systems to structurally mediate the recycling of waste. We have proposed an ethical loop where factories invest in emergency housing. Here we are inside Mecalux, a Spanish maquiladora that produces lightweight metal shelving systems for global export, adapting its prefabricated systems into structural scaffolds as armatures for informal housing. We designed a catalog with the factory engineers to test a variety of prototypes and configurations. The first Mechalux typology is shown here with adapted recycled urban waste from San Diego, illustrating how top-down institutional resources should support the bottom-up creative intelligence of informal urbanization. A couple of years ago, we built the first example. Being inside the factory, redirecting its material systems and surplus value to sites of marginalization and emergency was an important milestone in our research-based practice. It was important to introduce you briefly to these contextual processes because our community stations in Tijuana operate within this rich ecology of social, environmental, economic, and material relations and partnerships. The UCSD Alacran Community Station is located in the most rugged, precarious, and polluted sub-basin in the canyon. It is a partnership with Embajadores de Jesus, a religious organization led by activist pastor, economist Gustavo Banda Aceves, and pastor psychologist Zaida Guillen. With limited resources, they began construction of a refugee camp here to provide shelter, food, and basic services to hundreds of Haitian and Central American refugees while they navigate unjust asylum processes in the US and Mexico. And with the help of skilled migrants, they began building their own emergency housing. So now we have established a long-term partnership here to co-develop a community station to increase refugee housing capacity. We are accelerating production of the Mechalux frames to install them on vernacular post and beam concrete systems into what we are calling a housing infrastructure. The housing scaffolds will be built first, leaving the interiors as planned open systems, equipped with utilities to support incremental live-work configurations. These envelopes are the seeds for an evolving sanctuary neighborhood to be infilled through time by the migrants' residents themselves. We see migrant housing as a mechanism for generating jobs. So to sustain the construction process over time, we are designing a sanctuary economy. We embed refugee housing in spaces of fabrication, training, and small-scale economic development. So with the support of the Park Foundation, we have assembled a community-owned business, the Little Haiti Construction Company, with a tool library, wood and metal machines, and a couple of trucks and tractors. The immigrant community will complete construction of the site and remain operational for future construction jobs and habitat restoration projects across the canyon. The UCSD Alacran Community Station began construction last summer. This the migrant community assembled the adapted shelving systems into housing frames. But we also began the healing of the topography, creating hydrofiltration channels, gabions, terracing, and water collection systems, advancing migrant housing as an ecological restorative infrastructure. This again becomes the seed for an evolving sanctuary ecological neighborhood. This neighborhood will be exemplary of how to develop the future of this informal settlement, integrating social and environmental justice issues, a laboratory for rethinking the city at large in terms of a more integrated and inclusive idea of urban ecology. So here we work at these sites with community leaders, students, and researchers on social protection from landslides, floods, and estuary health beyond the wall. And we lead educational programming through which young people understand zones of vulnerability in their own neighborhood, emphasizing ecological conservation of species and habitat restoration. It's never too early to begin. We have committed to elevating children here as the cross-border citizens of the future.
So these are the UCSD community stations. There's so much more to say about them, about our amazing partners and what goes on in these spaces. While the stations all focus on different issues that are sort of the priorities of each of these very diverse neighborhoods, they're all richly curated for dialogue, collaborative research, urban pedagogy, participatory design, and cultural production. They all aspire to increase public knowledge, challenge divisive political narratives, foster solidarity and collective agency, and advance strategies to counter exploitation, dispossession, deportation, and environmental calamity. These activities often invite encounters with formal institutions of power that govern the border region. Sometimes these meetings facilitate mutual recognition, and sometimes they definitely don't. For us, the goal is less about resolving conflict than about recognizing it and democratizing it. We see democracy in the border zone as a fundamentally bottom-up process of exposing and rendering more accessible the complex histories and mechanisms of injustice that are too often hidden behind official accounts of who we are. Racist political narratives in the United States portray the border as a site of rupture and criminality. But we've been committed to generating very different stories, counter narratives about life in this region that are grounded in the voices of those who inhabit it. We are a region of flows and circulation, shared practices and aspirations, alliances of hearts and minds, regardless of the wall that restricts the movement of our bodies. In this sense, the community stations become a cross-border observatory, a platform for constructing what we like to think of as elastic civic identity from the bottom up, a cross-border res publica. With our partners, we curate unwalling experiments that dissolve the wall, using visual tools like diagrams and radical cartographies to situate border neighborhoods within broader spatial ecologies of circulation and interdependence. We see elasticity as a civic skill, the ability to stretch and return between local and more expansive ways of thinking over and again, to understand one's challenges within broader dynamics and processes, and to envision opportunities for solidarity and collective action across walls. Here at the border, as Teddy pointed out, the idea of a bioregion, the binational watershed system, has been a powerful imaginary for more elastic civic thinking. Several years ago, we curated a cross-border public action through one of the sewage drains that Homeland Security had carved into the wall between the Larelas Canyon and the Tijuana River estuary. We negotiated a permit with Homeland Security to transform the drain into an official port of entry, southbound, for 24 hours. They agreed, disarmed by our self-representation as just artists, as long as Mexican immigration officials were waiting on the other side of the drain to stamp our passports. Our convoy was comprised of 300 local activists, residents, representatives of the municipalities of San Diego and Tijuana, and artists and border activists from across the world. We summoned agencies who are typically at odds with one another. As we moved together southbound under the wall, we witnessed slum wastewater flowing northbound toward the estuary beneath our feet. This strange crossing from estuary to slum through a militarized culvert and the stamping of passports amplified the most profound interdependencies of the border region. The great insight here was that to protect the vulnerable U.S. estuary, we need to invest together in the informal Mexican settlement. So in this experiment, we went down, but sometimes nurturing civic elasticity requires ascending above the familiar. In the early 20th century, Patrick Geddes designed the Camera Obscura in the center of Edinburgh, a 5-story observation tower that enabled people to look out across the region and comprehend the environmental systems that organize it. He coined the term regionalism because for Geddes, this was essential to constructing a civic identity and collective political will. Now, imagine a Mexican child standing on a narrow sliver of land high above the border wall, right here, at a place called Mirador. Imagine she plants her feet facing due west with the Pacific Ocean in front of her, Mexico to her left, the US to her right. Below to her immediate left, she sees the dense informal settlement where she lives. She can spot her house, her school, and experience their proximity to a country that she and her family are not permitted to enter. Below to her immediate right, almost directly beneath her feet, she sees the border wall, which from this vantage looks like a flimsy and ridiculous strip inserted into a vast and powerful natural system. Lifting her eyes a bit, she sees the green expanse of the Tijuana River estuary with its vulnerable wetland habitats, designed, and the sediment basins designed to catch the waste and sediment from her own community. And further beyond still, you can't see in this photo, downtown San Diego rising vertically into the sky. From this vantage, all of the characters of this contested zone come to life. We've witnessed this moment of recognition again and again over the years. Among children, our students, policymakers, there are few places on Earth where the collision of informality, militarization, environmental vulnerability, and the proximity of wealth and poverty can be so vividly experienced. But in reality, the conflicts that we experience here between nation and nature are reproduced over and again along the entire trajectory of the continental border between the US and Mexico. Over the years, we have collected aerial photos like these that document precise moments where the jurisdictional line collides with natural systems, powerfully illustrating what dumb sovereignty looks like when it hits the ground in a complex bioregion. Our Mexus project stretches our elastic civic aspirations to a continental scale. Mexus visualizes the entire border zone without the line. It dissolves the border into a bioregion whose shape is defined by the 8 binational watershed systems bisected by the international border. Mexus also exposes other systems and flows across this bioregional territory: tribal nations, protected lands, croplands, urban crossings, many more informal ones, 15 million people and more. Ultimately, Mexus counters America's wall-building fantasies with more expansive imaginaries of belonging and coexistence beyond the nation state. Here it is in 2018 at the Venice Architecture Biennale. In community stations programming, Mexus becomes a powerful provocation for dialogue about a shared bioregional civic identity among Mexicans, Americans, and diverse tribal nations who inhabit this contested space. Now, the final civic stretch, literally, is a visualization project called the Political Equator, which traces an imaginary line from San Diego, Tijuana across the planet, forming a corridor of global conflict between the 30th and 38th parallels north. Along this trajectory lie some of the world's most violent and contested thresholds. The US-Mexico border at San Diego, Tijuana, the most trafficked international border in the Western Hemisphere. The Strait of Gibraltar in the Mediterranean, the main route from North Africa into Fortress Europe. The Israeli-Palestinian border that divides the Middle East. India-Kashmir, a site of intense and enduring territorial conflict since British partition. The border between North and South Korea, representing decades of intractable Cold War conflict, and China's accelerating militarization of the South China Sea. Now, visualizing this political equator in red alongside the climatic equator below in green was an astonishing discovery for us, because the ribbon in between them, give or take a few degrees, contains our planet's most populous slums, its sites of greatest natural resource extraction and export, and its zones of greatest political instability, climate vulnerability, and human displacement. And when these parallel equators are applied to the Pierce quincunxial projection from above, the Arctic becomes protagonist, with its melting ice caps detonating hemispheric conflict through sea level rise, dramatic coastal vulnerability, and human displacement. This collision of nationalism and border building, climate catastrophe, and forced migration is the global injustice trifecta of our time. But as we said at the beginning, these dynamics always hit the ground somewhere and are experienced by people locally in everyday places like ours. Thank you.
Thank you so much again for inviting us to this event.
Hello, everybody. We are here today just making a few concluding remarks about the workshop Listening to the Web of Life that happened at Scripps Institution of Oceanography on March 17, 18. We are extremely happy with the results. So first of all, we were able to hear multiple perspectives on the work of Helen and Newton Harrison and the importance of their contributions to the ecological art field. And I would like to thank all of our participants who came a long way to participate in the workshop. First of all, we are grateful that Newton Harrison was able to join us in person and illuminate this conversation we had with his presence, with his insights, and his upcoming work, the sensorium, that we were able to hear the initial discoveries and developments in that field. I would like also to thank our guests who came all the way from Scotland and Ireland, of course, France. We had their pleasure and company all these days. And we understand that in these uncertain times with travel right now, difficulties crossing the borders, it was really important that they were able to come all the way from those countries far away. So we're extremely pleased with the results of the workshop, and these results will help us to frame the exhibition in 2024 for Pacific Standard Time. And of course, the most important, it will help us to develop the catalog that will accompany this exhibition. Thank you so much. It is come from the bottom of my heart, and that we are able to be here with us and contribute to this important project.
I'm also grateful to all of the participants and the discussants who were involved in this project, Listening to the Web of Life. This workshop was terrific. It went really, really well, as Tatiana said, and we're very grateful to all of our speakers and presenters, especially to have Newton Harrison in person with us was very important. I'd also like to thank the Getty Foundation and the organizers of Pacific Standard Time, Art and Science for their program and financial support that has enabled the La Jolla Historical Society to organize this project, Helen and Newton Harrison, California Work. Finally, I'm very grateful to the project curator, Dr. Tatiana Seznyeko, for all the hard work planning, organizing, and managing this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, His. Thank you, everybody.